time soon now.
Yeah, the power grid is gonna fall down and no one of us is gonna have internet.
Woo! We're live. Hi.
Hi.
Hi!
How you
One
guys
man now, but
doing?
he's gonna
Yeah,
come
yeah.
back soon.
He's gonna show. Oh, there he is.
There he is!
Hey,
Dr. Devil.
there he is.
That was such a nice appearing act. Like poof, Chris here in a cloud of like magic.
Yeah, I'm just closing all the windows to keep all those birds from drowning
No,
you guys out.
it's fine. It's great. It's gonna add to the ambient. Well, maybe not the squeaky gate one.
Yeah, it's definitely not the squeaky gate one.
Yeah, I kid you not. He has a bird outside. I don't know which species it is, but it sounds basically like a squeaky gate, right?
Just because I live in the woods. Yeah, there's lots of different kinds of
But like
birds here.
spring apparently arrived overnight. And
Yeah.
there's like one outside his window at the moment is like singing his lungs out. So yeah, I had 2 magpies today coming to my flower pots on the terrace, and they were stealing small pebbles out of the soil in the flower pots. So they're building a nest, and I watched them through my window. They were like 2 meters away from me, you know? and I was sitting super still so they wouldn't fly away, because I actually like magpies. They're super smart birds. Also super vicious. You know, don't fuck with them.
But this is the extent of the wildlife where Shin is. Magpies.
Well, there's also the street cats.
Yeah, and the street dogs.
Yeah, and they're probably about to start howling at night. You know, love songs that are not that lovely.
No.
Also, Maya, please, thank you. Mustache.
Mustache, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're safe.
You're safe. Okay. First of all, how is everyone?
Good.
Doing
Good.
Okay. Good. What you guys will happen?
Potential PvP.
Potential comedy.
Potential
Oh
comedy.
yeah, that's not potential. That's guaranteed.
It's probable, yeah, probable comedy.
Yeah. Also guaranteed banter. That's always there for us.
I guess TPK odds just went down because Maya gave us the mustache.
Yeah, exactly.
True. A lot of complaining.
A lot of complaining. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of being lost.
Yeah. So.
Well, technically, you can't be lost if you don't even know where you are.
Alright.
Wise words. We're still in the middle of a swamp.
You can only be lost if you are intending to go a specific place.
What if my intent is going out of the swamp?
Can you only be lost if your intent is to...
I mean, if you go straight long enough, you will eventually get out of the swamp.
The problem isn't that. The problem is going straight. It's impossible.
Anyway.
It's physically impossible to travel in a straight line.
I'm gonna mute just a second because I need to squish a bottle.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you need to squish a birdie.
No, why would I squish a birdie?
Also, like, cool if you caught one.
I muted just before the stream started and threatened them if they disturb the stream.
Gonna squish them.
That's something I'd like to hear.
Anyway.
Right.
Anyway. I'm gonna do the recap today because last session was highly personal for all of you in between the solo sessions and you know what happened. So basically last we left off. You guys basically found the tower and you stepped through the door of the tower, and then your paths temporarily split. All 3 of you found yourself in a space in between, and you know that because you met the father. Whether you like him or not doesn't matter. He's the father, who has introduced himself more or less like as the guardian of in between. And to some of you, he said more about that, and to some of you, he didn't, because some of you asked, some of you didn't. Some of you asked the wrong questions, so you actually didn't get the answer. So yeah, he's a man of precision. You gotta ask him those precise questions to get the precise answers, right? Very, very clockwork. But either way, you got the choice of returning to your world forever, never to find the tower ever again, or to stay forever in this world. But you have to pass the trial, right? So you went through the door, and each one of you experienced their own personal thing, and you kind of shared it a bit with each other last session as you arrived in that, like, what looked like a courtyard in an abandoned city. Vieira basically traversed a desert for weeks, what felt like. Samira was melting and working on glass for also what felt like days at least. And Cassie spent maybe an hour in that cave, trapped in a crystal, crying. Yeah. And murderized his father.
Exactly.
Yeah, he murderized his father. Yeah, maybe not. It turned out to be something monstrous.
What's a little patricide between friends?
Yeah,
exactly.
All three of you passed that part of the trial. All three of you gained certain abilities as a result. Made certain deals, maybe, perhaps, you don't know. In the end, you arrived in the courtyard where the father appeared again after you had a little break, and basically pointed out that you have 2 more parts to the trial. The second part was basically getting down a very precarious road across the sky to a floating mountain. And in the mountain, on the top of the mountain was the actual tower. Where you entered, and you had 6 statues that you had to bring to life by reading the little rhyme in front of them, and basically solve the riddles to each. And each riddle opened up the tower, which turned out to be a giant conduit, basically, like a teleportation beam cannon. That beamed you then up into the world proper, which looked like a giant bubble. And then you were reborn, quite literally, as in like from one cellar to multicellar to baby to being birthed, or rebirthed. And then you landed in the world with a cold, hard slap, and then a sploosh. And this is where we're gonna take off. So yeah. Let me just put you on the right scene. Activate, and let's start the music.
You're really knocking it out of the park with these pictures, by the way.
Thank you.
These are so pretty.
There we go. I hope the music will start. Yeah, there we go. So, you all 3 land in water. As you come out of it, the water is actually, by the way, clean. It's lukewarm, with some colder parts more towards the bottom. As you land, you have churned up all the sand, basically, that was on the ground. And you find yourself in the middle of this, like, very vivid vegetation. And Cassius and Samira, you basically come up like, spluttering and wet, and what the fuck just happened? What did I just go through? And the first thing you notice is like Matteo is like standing on one of the dry spots of like the. He's like very chill on one of the tree islands, basically not in the water, completely dry. But between you and Matteo, also like erupting out of the water, you think first is Vieira, and then you realize it's a giant fuck of panther.
Yeah, what's the reaction to a giant fucking panther? Give me a grab for what the where are you? In defensive position.
You're still swimming, right?
You're not swimming. The water is about here in this spot. I would say knee deep to mid thigh.
Okay, yeah.
Alright. First reaction is basically energy ripping down from what Cassie's chest and extending up to his arm, and he's pointing at the panther. What the fuck? What's going on?
The panther slowly turns around as if to look behind it at what you're pointing at.
Well, no, it's pointing at you. And there's energy gathering in his hand.
It's currently looking behind itself at whatever it thinks you're pointing at.
Does it fucking understand you? What is it? What is that? Is that a cat? A big cat?
Matteo, by the way, again beyond the panther on the dry island, just very chill chewing.
Just slow, like, walk over to, like, sidestep towards where Cassius is standing. What is going on?
I have no clue. If it makes
Is it
one
dangerous
move,
or not?
it's a panther, probably.
I don't know what it is. It's a cat.
Slowly turns back around to face you. Looks like it's very uncertainly moving backwards and still turning around looking up into the trees, and then slowly looks down at the water waiting for it to settle.
Okay.
And the panther kind of starts to shake its wet fur, and as it does so it begins to shift until you see
What?
Vieira on her hands and knees in the water.
Fucking. Why?
What?
And Cassius slowly lowers his arm, and he's like, the energy is still trembling, and he's struggling to regain control a little bit.
I guess perhaps we have more powers than we thought we did.
Apparently. Is this another elf thing?
Definitely not. Vieira slowly gets to her feet, drenched.
Is this going
obviously.
to happen to any of us as well?
I mean, we all came out with magic of some sort. Maybe it's different. Maybe it's, I don't know. I mean, there are stories among my people, among druids, being able to shapeshift.
So, an elf thing. Gotcha.
And, well, no, because the dryad could shapeshift.
So it's a nature thing.
I think so.
Yeah.
God.
Okay. Good to know.
Just looking around, is there any sign of any animals at all?
Yeah, you can fucking hear them.
I can hear them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can we see any? Is there anything like watching? Any deer or
Nothing is watching. There's nothing bigger. Whatever was there probably bolted as you fucking splooshed into the water, right? There's birds. There's what looks to be some bats flying through the crowds.
Splooshed into the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stand up and start checking myself for anything. Because I was on my hands and knees, so...
So
I
far,
start washing the blood of my body. Meanwhile, just using the water we have.
That's... that blood may attract stuff.
Well, but it's gone now. Then
there's no, by the way, no traces of the blood, at all.
oh, there's no blood. Nothing.
Nope.
Okay, interesting.
Did you two experience the same thing mentally? Like, you couldn't think, and then stuff started to form and make sense?
And it
Then
was
suddenly you could think again?
it was fucking uncomfortable.
It was. Yes, it was uncomfortable. It was like nothing I've ever
It was painful.
felt.
It felt like being ripped out of, well, sort of like...
I
what
honestly don't want to
imagine.
think on it anymore.
Same.
Just
Check yourselves over, just make sure everything's okay.
Investigation check, medicine, whatever
Yeah.
you were checking.
Alright.
Well, how about Cassius and I check over Samira, and we just all take it in turns to double check each other over. Just make sure that we're okay.
okay.
Okay, then I'm not gonna make you roll
Whatever.
because then you have help. Basically, you're wet.
Yeah.
You don't have any injuries, no scrapes, no nothing. Nothing attached to you at the moment either. But then you would also have to completely strip naked, you know.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's wildlife galore. From what you can gather at the first glance, bunch of birds. You hear the usual insect sounds you would gather from what you would get, like a lot more. It's like if you were back at the high forest on steroids,
Yeah.
right? You've never seen, like, even Vieira. You've never seen a forest that's teeming with life this much.
Is this a forest?
It is a forest. It is a forest interspersed what looks to be trees that have like basically grown above the water, and the roots are thick and intertwined, like almost like bark vines, and they have lifted them into islands. And as you
Sort
look,
of like mango roots.
no,
and then
mangrove.
just
It's mangroves.
mangroves.
Yeah, it is mangroves. But they're taller than mangroves. These reach up like from anywhere 50 to 100 feet tall. The canopy above you is, you know, it's not, the
Wow.
canopy is not completely closed, by the way. Through the channels where the water goes, the canopy breaks, right?
Yeah.
And you see all kinds of birds in all kinds of colors, from white to, like, you know, multicolored, and bat-like things flying through the crowns as well. Really fucking big bats. Occasionally.
Get out of the water, first of all. Get onto a dry spot.
I also wanted to point out the water in between the mangrove islands, basically, is, now that it's settling again, it's very sandy, very clean and clear. It gets muddier and darker, and like in between the roots, basically, where they realize that the roots are basically keeping the soil in place.
Yeah. Preventing the erosion, basically. Can I cup the water and just sniff it? Does it smell salt water? Safe to drink?
It smells like regular water.
Try a little bit?
Yeah.
Does it taste
Fresh
salty?
water.
Fresh water. Okay.
The sky, by the way, is cloudy. Very, very cloudy. And from what you can gather at the moment, because it's thick clouds, there is sunshine, most definitely. And from the light, you would gauge it's going towards sunset in about an hour to two. Late afternoon to evening. It is, by the way, it is 28 degrees Celsius.
Oof. Okay, maybe they're showing off coat.
Humidity is fucking high.
Maybe they're
Shed
showing
them.
off a coat. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is relatively pleasant because there's like a steady breeze going. Actually, despite like the high temperature, it doesn't feel like. It's the kind of humidity that you would experience like after a rainstorm when it's actually cooled down. So it's actually pleasant. It is humid, but it is pleasant. For now. You are way overdressed.
Too much to ask for to just land in a city. Something.
Well, that would make so many questions happen. So could be a positive thing.
Probably would have hurt a lot more to land on cobblestones.
Also that, yes. At least we're not gonna die of thirst.
Well, I wouldn't drink it until you've at least heated it through.
Yes.
We don't know anything about this world, so I'm going to whisper a very brief prayer, blessing of nature, and then conjure weather forecast for the next 24 hours, please.
Well, you'll get a very jarring, like very similar experience like you had in the desert. Like it basically like sucks you up and launches into the stratosphere basically.
Can I see down whilst I'm up there?
Yes, it is very quick. So you get enough to know that you're on an island, surrounded by sea as far as you can see, right? And currently it's clouds. It's cloudy, right? You get occasional rain, but it's mostly just like dense cloud. You like just within the cloud cover and then plop back down again. So you know it's like it's gonna be windy, rainy, cloudy, mostly cloudy.
Trying to look at Vieri while she's like, what do we see while she's doing this?
She's closing her eyes.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Alright, we should get dry. Don't want to be cold in the night. I don't know if it stays this warm or not. Could be like the desert.
Yeah, it could be like anything. But these trees are tall. I may be able to scale to the top and see what I can see.
Oh, maybe there's like a settlement nearby.
Yeah, might be able to see wood smoke or something.
Or a road.
Maybe anything at this point. Even just somewhere that's not quite as wet.
Yes.
I mean, you have patches in between, right, that are not wet.
Yeah. But unless... Well, I mean, I'll leave you two here for a second. I'm just gonna scale the tree and see what I can see.
We do that. I'll just see if now we're out of the water and if there's any fish around.
Should we start like find like also a place to set up camp or just get going? This water, this wetness, I fucking hate it.
I don't know. Wait, and
well, let's go.
Wait until she comes
let's
down.
go one after another. First of all, Viera. You can see basically this. What I dropped you on now, onto the map. Each hex is 1 mile, right?
Okay.
I guess you're not at the computer.
Yeah, I am. I can see it.
Ah,
Yeah, I
interesting.
can see it.
So here's the idea. I thought it would be cooler instead of me describing vaguely where the fuck you are, dropping you onto a map with a fog of war, and just let you, walk around. All three of you can move the token, but don't move it until you actually start moving, right? Because it's a mile of movement,
Mm-hmm.
which takes about 20 minutes, by the way. So yeah.
So can I see which way the water is flowing, first of all? As I'm
It
climbing up, can I
it
see?
you can see it even partially, like without having to climb up all the way. If you like let the leaf drop, or like leaves dropping, it slowly, very slowly moves south.
Okay.
What you would interpret as south, because you still have moss on the trees where you would expect it to be if you were having north.
Right. That was going to be my next question.
Yes.
But you've already beat me to that. Okay, so can I make out what that black line is in the northwest? Or is that...
That's a vine from a tree hanging down.
Okay. So basically we've got a river north to south. What kind of terrain does it look like in the east? Does that
Same.
look more
It's
like
it's
watery trees?
watery, more sandy.
Okay. And west is more...
A mixture between the channels of water and mud, basically, and grassy patches.
Which looks easiest to traverse, in my experience.
In your experience with this, you have 0. But probably either through the water, but then you don't know what is in the water, right? Or hopping from island to island, because you don't know how far it will go in either direction from here. It looks like the terrain gets flatter and wider, like more open towards the east.
Okay. So if I had to take a guess, does it seem like this water travels south and probably becomes like a river at some point? Or does this already
Roll
look
me
like
a nature
river?
check.
Just normal, straight.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a very slow-moving river arm. It could be going towards a lake, because there's a lot of that kind of plant life that you would expect from lake plants. It kind of looks like that.
Last question. Does it look like the foliage gets thicker going upriver or thicker going downriver?
It goes thicker going west.
It goes thicker going west. Okay. At which point I'll start climbing down.
But it's difficult to tell because, again, it's interspersed with the channels of water. So technically, you could always find a way through the channels.
Yes, of course. That's fine. I'll get down to the bottom and then tell the others what I've seen.
In the meantime, Samira,
haven't found any signs of
do me a survival check, please.
Okay. Nope.
Nope.
I'm distracted.
Your impact in the water probably spooked them.
Yeah.
But as you look around, you get a very keen sense that the in between the roots in the muddier water is a very nice hideout for probably all sorts of things.
Good to know. Yes, we should wait until she comes back down until we make any plans. I don't know anything about this kind of situation.
Yep, I feel completely useless again.
I have no idea.
That makes 3 of us.
Oh,
Great.
My best guess would be the vegetation gets thicker to the west, which is that way, and I'll point. The river is flowing south. Not really a
Okay.
river, it's more like a brook or a
Mhm,
stream.
mhm.
My best guess would be kind of east. The terrain seems to get easier to travel, but that doesn't necessarily mean people are in that direction. I think the best thing we can do is head south on the eastern side of the river.
Oh yeah,
And
people usually stay by water, so that's a good idea.
there's normally settlements near water. It could be that I can't see anything to the north, settlement-wise. Can't see anything east or west. We are literally in the middle of nowhere, from what I can tell. At least for the next couple of miles.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I have to point out that towards the east it looks like it's opening up into a lake or something, right? You had enough open terrain that way to see that.
Okay.
And then with the conclusion that you saw when you got zoomed out, that's probably not a lake.
Oof.
My guess is it's the ocean to the east.
Oh, we're by the ocean?
We're on an island. That much I know.
oh.
Now it's
And-
more my field. And we just need to find a ship.
Sure. Let's find civilization first.
I mean,
Let's
at least something positive, right?
let's just
Yeah.
find a cozy inn.
Let's
We
just
have to
find
start
somewhere warm and dry.
Hmm.
Let's start there.
Did you find a like a spot, or should we like already start traveling?
We've got about an hour until sunset.
Oh,
We
we
shouldn't
have no
be
idea what's
traveling.
around here.
We
Yes.
should not be traveling for very long. We should make camp.
Alright.
Realistically, find ourselves somewhere dry, somewhere quiet, somewhere hopefully defensible, and then just kind of settle in for the night.
This is going to be uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yep.
I don't think so.
Okay.
We've got food, so we've got all the right clothing and everything, so...
And we have that berry earlier?
Yes, although we have no idea how much time has technically passed between then and now, so...
None at all?
Yeah, or maybe 10 days, who knows?
I don't know.
Are we hungry?
Nope.
No.
Okay. So the berry's still going?
Yes,
effect-wise.
yeah.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, so, I mean...
Well, we
We're good.
spooked any wildlife in the water around here at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not
but,
surprised.
Yeah.
I think make a camp. I can do a little bit of kind of reconnaissance because I don't need as much sleep as you guys.
Be careful, we don't know what's around here, and
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know
not
what
gonna
kind
go
of
far.
predators are around here.
Yeah, literally gonna go like 150 meters in one direction and then circle us. Just to kind of make sure we're not near any creatures' lairs or anything like that,
Yes.
or dens.
Don't want to be on top of some sort of...
I'm gonna do a quick periphery check. So find us. Let's start looking for a dry spot.
I mean, you're
Somewhere we
standing
can
on
pitch.
one.
We're on one.
Is it big enough to pitch a tent and make a camp though, and be comfortable, and not sleep on roots?
You tell me. No, not really. Yeah, the
thorns.
roots. Shinny did her best, okay? Leave me alone.
Can I climb this tree just like 20 feet?
Yeah.
Can I see any obvious things that are wide enough to support somebody sleeping?
To the left of you. You see where these two trees meet, like in between that space, easily. It's not gonna be the most comfortable. You don't have a smooth surface here, right?
Yeah, we can't really bring Mateo up either. So
No.
Alright. You find a spot yet?
basically all of the islands are trees.
It's gonna be a
So
lumpy sleep.
kind of this spot here in between the two trees, or there's another spot a little bit to the west, but this is about as comfortable as it's gonna get, I think.
Alright, maybe that spot a bit to the west. I wonder. Don't know if you want to stay with where we splashed in Mid-Gulf Noise.
We did, but we probably scared away everything, including predators. They may come back, but
Exactly.
they're gonna pick up our scent at some point and track us, whether they follow us to wherever we go or we stay here. So
Alright. I mean, I can start pitching the tent. It's gonna be, like I said, lumpy. So.
Yep. It's gonna be comfortable for me, uncomfortable for Cassius, and probably all right for you, I imagine.
It's fine. Last couple of days have just been uncomfortable.
Well, you've got winter clothing, don't you, Cassius?
Yeah.
Oh, use it a pad.
You could
padding.
use that as bedding. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you at least on something a little
Kind of
padded.
take it out of my backpack. It's completely soaked.
We can dry it. It's hot and humid, so it's gonna dry over a fire.
And there's like I said, it's a steady breeze going.
Yeah.
Whatever you're hanging on
So
the branches is gonna
that will
probably
dry.
dry very quickly.
Okay. I'll hang my coat as well. So.
And as you're standing there, you already have this.
Oh no.
Great.
Oh.
I'm gonna set up multiple campfires. So, are there any sticks that have fallen from any of the trees?
A bunch. Oh, by the way, there's not that many mosquitoes because the steady wind is kind of dispersing the flies and the flying insects quite a bit at the moment. You still catch the occasional one, but it could be worse.
I'm gonna set up 3 piles of sticks as a triangle around us, basically, and then I will use Druidcraft again to instantly light the campfires.
Okay, where you setting up the camp, here or the one over where there's a bit more space?
Here. It doesn't really matter where we're gonna set it up.
Okay.
But I'm specifically picking stuff that burns a little bit smokier as well. And that should help get rid of the mosquitoes.
Yeah, start making the tent.
Well, I guess campfire duty is not on me anymore.
I'll find a job for you soon. No worries.
Should we, is there like stuff in the water? Like you were saying, check for something?
Oh, well, I didn't see any fish at the moment, but probably the roots hide all kinds of weird stuff, so be careful of that.
Yeah, you can get kind of parasites and stuff from the water, so you don't really want to go
Don't know what kind of lairs these creatures around here have in there.
We don't know anything about what kind of creatures might live here, so...
Talking about it, my shoulder feels kind of weird anyway. I might just,
What's wrong with your shoulder?
You hurt? Are you hurt? Do you need healing?
No, it feels, stiffer. I don't know. It was since we landed in the, at the courtyard already, so... Let me just, and he starts just taking off his clothes.
I mean...
Vieira turns around.
I just continue as normal. We had community baths as before, so you know.
Well, I've just been stark naked as a panther anyway, so...
Yeah, so he's taking off his leather jerkin, hanging it out as well. Can you like check, and
Oh,
he's reaching behind his
Okay,
back.
let me see if you have some ticks or something. She wouldn't be good. I
Yes,
started going over what shoulder he pointing to.
yeah. I mean, if you look, and when you look at his back, actually, there's a very interesting thing that you didn't see before.
Mhm.
There's a huge tattoo on his back. Um,
Oh,
Across
covered.
the
It's
network of scars, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a outline of a figure, apparently sitting on a throne, with its head tilted to the back of the throne itself. And on the back of the throne, there's it's breaking away in shadows and smoke. And then from the back of the head, there's a kind of like sheen of crystal that is kind of embedded in the skin and bursting away from the head as well. And it's not super large, but it's definitely not skin. And it's kind of a cerulean orange, blue, purple color.
Yeah, the
And
crystal
it's
itself looks like it's embedded in his spine.
oh, did you get a tattoo in Arabelle? I didn't see that before.
No, I mean there's
A
literally a
crystal
crystal in his
lodged
spine.
in his back.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, oh, oh.
Hey, see something? What?
What was your
Uh,
dream about in the tower? You mentioned something about colored crystals.
I
Yeah.
What colors
are you
were they?
hurting?
Like purple and blue.
Orange?
Yeah.
Cerulean?
Yeah.
That sort of color?
Would you mind if I touched you for a second?
Um.
Can you
Fuck.
feel that? And I poke him at the crystal.
It feels like a crystal.
Can you feel that?
Can you feel it?
You can feel it like in the way, you know, when somebody presses onto your fingernail, or if you press on a tooth, you can
There's
feel
pressure.
you feel it like a foreign object in your back, but it doesn't hurt. It's like it's kind of like it's part of your bones of your spine.
Okay, that's weird. Don't touch it, please.
Okay.
What?
Just
Does it look like it's a wound, aka the crystal has been lodged in there accidentally?
It's not a wound. There's no bleeding. It's smooth, like it's like I said, the best
skin
equivalent would be
is
like
kind of grafted around it like an
like-
animal horn would be.
yeah, like a horn. Very good equivalent. Except it's not a horn, it's a crystal. You don't see the bone. It's like it becomes murky very quickly, so you don't see through it into his body, right? That would be weird.
so we got some interesting body modifications over here. And I start describing it to him.
I mean, when I was in the cave, I did touch a crystal, and it started growing on my arm. And it was kind of encasing me, more or less. It might have kind of stuck on me there. It's not like when you touch it, it doesn't like reach out for you, right? It doesn't.
No, it didn't do anything. It just
Okay.
But what about this tattoo? Like, do you know anything iconography-wise? Somebody sitting on a throne?
I mean, it's a pretty representative spot. It's already picked.
It even looks like some of the scar tissue has smoothed out to facilitate it, right?
I don't know anything about the. Well.
What about
I-
you, Samira? Have you got any tattoos?
Now that they mention it, Samira, you know how when somebody talks about ants on the skin and then you start feeling itchy? Yeah, you feel like on that spot.
Yeah,
You know.
I just hand just shoots up, just itch at like her chest, and she's just I don't know, and she just let me check, and she starts to unbutton her stuff, her shirt, and she quickly realizes at her sternum there is also a tattoo.
And as she opens it up, it actually reflects the sunlight, almost like glass. but it's smooth with the skin.
It's like a stained glass mandala. She touches it. Is what? Oh no.
Is this you were working with glass in your dream, right?
And your
Oh,
dream is
God.
crystals.
Oh god, he tapped me in the chest. Oh my god.
What? What? Who tapped
Yeah,
you in the chest?
if you tap your sternum now with your fingernail, you get the.
Same sound.
That's weird.
Oh my god. He tapped me. He gave me that.
Who's he?
The thing I did the portrait for. You know, I told you.
Oh,
The weird shadow
the
thing.
eye thing. Okay.
Not the eye. The eyes were chasing me, but I did the portrait, the weird shadow portrait thing.
Oh. Well.
Vera, what? Do you have a desert somewhere on you? What?
Are just like sand spinning out of your pockets, or what?
It's just sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere.
No. No.
Oh!
You were the chosen one, Chris. Oh my god. How could you?
No sand. I do remember something. And Vera kind of starts to remove. She's removing her clothes anyway because drenched in water, she's going to hang them up to dry. Otherwise, that'll be an unpleasant experience. But kind of slowly ekes her way out of the studded leather armor, and she kind of starts removing the black top. And all of you, none of you have seen it so far, but there looks like a hint of scar tissue running from her right hip all the way up diagonally across her chest, which you're probably guessing is where the hobgoblin's greatsword ran across her chest. And then there's a huge kind of section in the middle of her chest where he plunged the sword through. Except that now it's been replaced by what looks like very faintly green shimmering leaf veins that run all the way along the course, all the way up from her right hip all the way up to her left shoulder. And there's a very big, what looks like cluster of veins covering the scar tissue in the middle of her chest. And it very much looks like a tattoo, but almost kind of alive, part of her.
Okay.
I guess all three of us came out with a tattoo of sorts.
You know, I always thought I would get a tattoo after like a drunken bender or something. Never like this.
This is not good. What else did they do with us in that tower? We can do magic now. We can got some sort of body modification. You got a crystal in your spine.
Yep.
I have to admit, that's probably the freakiest of the lot.
That is the freakiest? I don't know, I kind of look at the glass.
My chest is glass, and I tap it again.
To be fair,
Do you hear
Viera's looks like she literally has like vines growing through her skin.
Yeah. I don't know what about the freakiest.
It looks like basically a green parasite is growing through her body. It's slowly spreading. So, all three of you are super fucking freaky.
Well, we were always a little bit
someone
freaky.
not visible at the moment. She just
What's
butts
Mateo
herself up
got?
again.
Mateo is standing still on that island, you know, and chewing. He's actually chewing some leaves.
Is there any sign of a tattoo on Mateo?
No. Although then you would have to also shave off his fur to really check.
Well, you can rub it the other way gently
I mean,
And
yeah,
just check
it's like,
bit by bit.
be my guest, roll an investigation check. Take half an hour, to check who Mateo.
No,
Next
we're gonna
hidden
set up
ruin.
camp first.
Yeah.
Camp, tent. I mean, we don't really need food. Make sure the fires are going, and just make sure that all of our stuff is starting to dry whilst we're freaked out by our tattoos. Because she's still practical at heart.
Well, it's slowly getting darker, or rapidly, basically, by the time you finish the camp. The sky is definitely getting darker. So yeah, you can assume that the sun is setting. You cannot really see the horizon, so from below.
Well, I mean, at least we made it through, right?
Oh yeah. That's the one positive.
Mm-hmm. I can do some freaky shit. So I don't know.
Well, we did survive. For the most part, Samira and I can cover up our marks. Are you gonna have any trouble covering up yours with that crystal?
I mean, it's uncomfortable, but like the armor still kind of fits over it. It's I might need to get something customized.
Maybe.
It's not poking too much out. It's just like when you lean against the ladder, you can feel it more. And it's like one of those things, like if you suddenly would grow like a horn out of your shoulder, eventually you would get used to it and you would forget about it, right? But at the moment, you're not used to it, so.
Mm-hmm.
It's not poking out that much.
So what's the plan tomorrow?
Well, I give them a weather forecast. It's gonna be a little bit windy, a little bit rainy, I think.
Cloudy
Should I
mostly.
Should I set up the rain capture?
Well,
See if there's.
I don't know when it's gonna be. There's a little bit of rain. It's mostly cloudy. I don't know when the rain is, just in the next day.
Okay.
And you have plenty of fresh water literally around you.
Yeah,
You just have to boil it, yeah.
We just have to boil it,
Yeah.
So on that note, I'm gonna fill up my mess kit with water and leave it on the campfire to boil. So that we can at least have some fresh water.
I don't know what we're gonna come up against, so I better get on top of this medicine shtick, so I'm gonna spend at least an hour reading.
Good idea. Just scout the nearby area for any signs of predators. I'm not worried about, like, not that I might be able to tell, but if there's anything similar to sort of deer tracks, that kind of thing. Not worried about those. More interested in predatory tracks, if I know of any.
It's really difficult to tell because the roots and the thick vegetation across the floor is covering a lot of it up. And it looks also like it has rained recently, so whatever was left in the soft mud was probably smoothed out. So nothing recently that you can tell.
Okay.
Those bats are really fucking huge. Like dog size. Right, small dog size.
How much time would I be able to get in before we have to go to sleep of reading?
Well, you don't know what time it is. So...
Yeah. So before we basically agree to start watches and the others go to sleep as well.
I mean, again, you have no idea how long the night is, so it's night. You can stay up.
Cassius should probably take.
I would say you would get about 4 hours until you start really feeling tired, right?
Okay, 4 hours.
By
the way, so since it's getting dark out, I am once more getting out my little glass marble, and blowing on it to light it up, and it'll light the cantrip.
So is that also a thing? No, you did it before we went into the tower.
Yes, it's kind of a me thing.
Is that the same kind of thing as you seeing in the dark?
Yes, it's also a me thing.
So you could do magic before.
I don't know if I'd call it like any of arcane or like
It's
her
magic.
nature thing. It's more of an instinctual thing. Had it since
Okay.
I was really tiny.
Okay.
Mhm.
God damn it.
And like, could other people around you do it, or?
No. It's not really something I advertise, since it's not really normal.
It's a good party trick. The light, at least.
Oh well, that doesn't get me too many side eyes.
All right.
The rest, people are curious like you, some not as nicely.
Huh. Okay. Shinny, would that be like the description of the light and the dark, or the seeing in the dark?
What?
Would I've heard anything about it, or no? It's just too much of a fetch.
In what sense? Because elves can see in the dark.
True.
Unless you have any
High
knowledge
elves
of
can
other-
do cantrips like that.
Yeah.
She doesn't look like a high elf.
Mm.
You've seen, you know that wizards can do this, or sorceress.
Okay, fair enough.
At this point in timeline, it's pretty specific knowledge.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just wondering out loud.
Yeah.
All right. It's not really clean here. Ugh.
Could be worse.
Yeah.
Could be
A
a
lot
desert.
worse.
I mean, at least you would have some experience now.
That still doesn't make it pleasant.
Ah,
There's nothing quite like hiding underneath a tarp for 2 days whilst a sandstorm passes overhead.
Well, at least the sound was pretty good quality. I could use it later on. So thank you for getting that over to the courtyard.
Well, certainly wasn't intentional, but you're welcome. Do you want to take first watch, as you seem deeply engrossed in that book?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I won't be able to read since I need to be sure nothing weird comes up, but I'll take it.
I'll take second watch during the night. Just
I would say you
Cassius
would
can't
get
see.
a solid good 2 hours, by the way, of reading at this point, right?
Okay.
When you guys start talking about the watch.
Mm-hmm.
Your stuff is dry, by
So-
the way, by now.
Awesome.
Perfect. Poop back on the armor. It's a bit safer.
By the way, it's not even the Hulak was this fucking loud at night. It's fucking loud. It's such a loud forest. Viera, like, holy shit, is this a loud forest?
Full of life.
Yes.
That means breakfast.
All right. If you guys, I'm gonna crash. I just
We'll
wake
wake you
me.
up. We'll wake
Yeah.
you up last when
Yeah.
it's nearest to dawn.
Cheers. I'm just gonna crash in the tent.
Right.
So, Samira, first watch?
Mhm.
Okay. Roll me a perception.
Or yours? Me.
You can see the dark, but that doesn't help you with the sheer amount of unknown shit that's around you. You've heard of jungles, right? You've never seen one. You've seen saltwater swamps from your travel, but not like this, right? You've never been that like deep into that kind of climate. You've heard stories about it. You heard stories about the jungles can like be really freaking dangerous and that they're full of like all kinds of interesting, unusual, and super fucking deadly shit. Um, so you're looking around, it's like, oh yeah, there's stuff. Is this moving? Is this? Oh no, it's not moving. Oh, maybe this is moving. Oh yeah, but is it? Oh no, okay. Nothing's growling, right? But basically, you were suffering from sensory overload to like really determine if there's an immediate danger, and actually the 2 hours go past and nothing has tried to eat you. So you guess it's fine.
Yeah. Makes sense. Alright, very confused looking Samira just starts shaking Viera awake.
Sitting upright, as per usual.
And you didn't get any reading in during these 2 hours. You were too busy just staring into all directions and snapping your head around every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Any problems?
No problems. It's just strange. I'll have to get used to it. I don't know what to look out for right now.
Strange and loud.
Mm-hmm.
Chris,
Well,
just one side note. You have to take your rest in one chunk because you don't have the same 8-hour thing. So what did you do during these 2 hours?
Rested.
Okay, just chilled.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, continue.
so, I'll try to sleep now.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully you know what to look out for better than me. Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
And
Okay. Roll me.
does it count as a short rest?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I am going to attempt to kind of on hands and knees looking into the water at my own reflection because there's a bit of firelight, so there should be at least some sort of reflection. And I'm going to focus on shifting my shape back into a panther.
It's weird, right? The one instance that you just did earlier was directly out of that whole rebirthing sensation, so you didn't really experience what it feels like to shift into a different form. But it's weird because it's almost like your body absorbs anything you're wearing on you. It's actually not unpleasant. You don't really have the whole like bone popping, like forcing, but you do feel like that your structure is changing, right? From you don't have shoulders anymore. And you're on all fours, which is actually comfortable. And you see similar because dark vision, right? But it's also a bit different at the same time. It feels like your eyes are so much larger because they are.
Yeah.
And also, you know how it feels when you, for the first time, wear brand new clothing and you're kind of like hyper aware of that? Yeah, that. Because you're not used to having fur everywhere. And whiskers, which you can feel when you move your face.
Yeah. She's just going to spend a few minutes getting used to kind of the sensations, the change in eyesight, the change in just movement, kind of
Your muscles
very-
feel much denser.
stronger.
Yeah.
Potentially. And just silently going to pad off of this island away from the campfire into the night so that she gets the full proper sense of dark vision.
Small critters are bolting away as you go deeper, probably sensing you.
Not going to go very far, maybe like 20-30 feet to the tree opposite,
Mm-hmm.
and then move around to the back of the tree so that the camp can't see her and she can't see the camp, and she's just going to kind of flex her claws against the bark and then start pulling herself up into the tree.
Yeah, first it's strange that you actually, because you don't have that as an elf, that you can extend your claws out, out of your paw. So that's weird. And yeah, they're sharp, and yeah, it helps. And you get up the tree like no problem.
No problem. And then she'll climb up onto one of the lower branches that overlooks the campsite.
Roll me just one quick acrobatics, because you are shifting different weight, so to say, balance, right? Yeah, you have a moment where you like overpull yourself almost, right? But then your tail balances you out, and you're like,
Turn around and look at the tail, and then swish it. And then I'll settle down on a branch.
It's
that's
weird
overlooking the
because you don't have a
campsite.
tail in your elven normal shape, so it's weird to have like an appendage that you usually don't have.
So, just gonna spend the rest of the watch lying down on a branch overlooking the camp.
Well, about an hour in, you start hearing something moving, not exactly towards the camp, but close by, getting closer. It's not exactly parallel. Like, how to explain it? It's getting into this direction, but it doesn't seem like it's moving at the camp directly, right? Sort of partially passing, sort of getting into the direction. And as it gets closer and within like the range of your dark vision, you realize it's a giant crab moving sideways, and next to it a humanoid. And the humanoid pauses when it gets into like a place where the campfire is actually visible, right?
Yeah.
And then pats the crab onto like between the eye stalks, and then like slowly, very carefully, like it's like from the body language you would say cautious, right? Approaches the camp.
The second it starts to approach the camp, you're just gonna hear a very loud growl, almost like a roar, intended to wake up Cassius and
Cassius and Miriam, you hear roar.
Do I hear it enough to wake up though?
Yeah, you would absolutely
Okay.
wake up to this.
Okay.
Probably also felt
Yeah,
like
but
shit.
probably also like shit, something is about to eat us, right?
Yeah.
You know. Get up, panic mode.
I'm still keeping an eye on the crab and the person.
Well, the person stops, right? So the person just reached about the moment where like they're like partially illuminated by the campfire, like at the very like edge, and you realize it's an old woman. And she kind of squints towards you, Vera. And then says, "Oh, du bist aber laut." Keine Sorge.
Immediate stumble out of.
Yeah.
And you guys hear that, right? You too. Vera, you have no idea what she's saying, right?
Wait, what did you say again? Can you repeat it? I know it was.
Oh, du bist aber laut. Keine Sorge. Ich bin keine Gefahr. And she kind of like talks to you very quietly and softly, and doing like gestures that you understand would calm down
Is she
a wild
casting
cat.
animal friendship by any chance?
Roll me. Oh fuck! That would not be Arcana. That would be. Roll me something. If yeah. Roll me an Arcana. Because not every caster will be the same, right? It seems to be a variation of that. And then she kind of pauses, and you realize at the same time, like, basically, the moment you realize that what she's trying, she seems to realize it's not working, right? And then kind of like tilts her head to the side. Na, du bist aber keine richtige Katze.
Wer bist du? Was machst du hier?
Oh, oh, mehr Menschen. Guten
Rolling out of
Abend.
the tent. So she's still on the edge of the
Yeah,
firelight,
yeah.
So probably Cassius gets to his feet and kind of mutters a little bit, reminding back of the powers he kind of manipulated back in his dream. And the firelight itself, it brightens so that the area increases, so you can see her better. Basically casting thaumaturgy.
She kind of like squints for a moment, like, and then like rapidly blinks, and then looks between the panther and the branches, and then you guys, and like you can see that like scanning look down your body, like clothing, appearance. You are not from here.
You could say that.
Still very guarded stance with.
And the cat belongs to you, or is it your friend? And she kind of points at the tree.
Look up. Look up.
Thud as the panther hits the ground.
Instinctual flinch at that.
Yeah. So like, is it?
Yes, she's a friend.
And then she points at Matteo, who's like dead asleep, right? Who slept through the growl. Not bothered, right? At all. And then she points at Matteo and is like, your pet or a friend?
Pet mule.
Companion.
All right. I have one too. And she kind of points behind her, and like in the darkness, you can see the shape, the outline of a giant crab. That you can see the shimmer of the eye stalks as it like watches you.
Is that a normal companion around here?
Some of the creatures grow larger, yes. I don't see many visitors in these parts of the island. Did you get lost?
You could say that, yes.
Wow.
Is there, are you from a village or?
No, I live around here. You may call me Zeve.
Zeve. It's interesting to meet you. My name is Samira.
Nice to meet you, Samira. And you are... And she looks at Cassius.
Cassius.
And you're not cat friend?
That is
Vera.
No, that is Vera.
Also, Chris, at this point, like, an hour has passed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would plop out of it.
No.
Oh, you're plopping it again. Okay. You just continue. Okay. Well, do you require help?
Well, we are kind of lost, and you said you're from around here? Settlement?
Well, if you follow this direction, she points into a direction, which you can like figure out later is west.
Mhm.
If you go and, well, you can stay straight more or less. It's not always easy. You will get to a proper river, and then if you follow the river upriver, you will get to a village. Yes, it's about
Is it
half a day worth of travel, maybe even less, depending on whether you're used to traveling these forests.
so? This is an island, right?
Yes, it's called Taria.
Okay. And you said, or you asked if we required help.
Well, like I said, it is not very common to see strangers in these forests, not on this side of the island.
You were speaking another language when you came upon us. Is that the normal one spoken here?
Yes.
Really? Huh. Interesting.
It is the language of the mainland to the north.
I mean, I think we would all be glad with your help, but
We are kind of mid-rest here.
why would you help us?
Well, I pointed you out to the village. I did not intend to take you through the forest. I have my own
Ah.
business here. I'm gathering herbs and then I will return to my home. I'm an old woman. You cannot expect me to chaperone you through the forest.
All right. Thank you for the information.
Yes, thank you, sir. Are the people in the settlement as welcoming as you?
Bit shy, perhaps, but I would think so, yes. Don't approach them as a cat, I would recommend. If you can help it. She looks at Viera and
I'm not
smiles.
sure. I'm not sure she can help it.
They will not respond to predators in a
Careful
kind
it is.
way, potentially. It depends. They know that to defend themselves, and creatures like that around here are usually feared, although rare. Still, much more common on the mainland. And she kind of looks Viera over. Kind of curious, right? She's like about Samira's height, right?
Mhm.
Maybe a bit like not as like maybe even shorter looking because a bit hunched over just a tiny bit from age, right? She looks human to you.
At close inspection, does she seem to have those tiny like indications like Samira herself does that she's not fully human, or not?
No, you would say she looks very human.
Okay.
If if it's not too much to ask, could you tell us more about this island that we're on? How large is it?
Well, I don't know exactly. I have never measured it. You can travel from one side to the other in one day if you know the route.
Oh, so really small.
And the village, it's the only village on the island?
It's the only village, not the only settlement. There are two more. The village is called Zir, and then you have Geitern, which is to the west on the other side, and to the north, on the northern tip of the island, is Penvend, which is the capital.
Alright. And you just live here by yourself in the woods?
I like to be alone. There's good herbs that I like to use for my teas. I have my friends, and she kind of like gestures towards the giant crab who's still mutely watching you with the beady eyes, eye stalks.
What kind of um nature and animals can we expect here? Like during the travel towards the settlement, is there something to look out for? Dangers?
Well, the usual.
What would the usual be?
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of poisonous creatures, anything from poisonous fish to poisonous frogs to poisonous snakes to poisonous spiders to poisonous mushrooms to poisonous plant life to poisonous birds to poisonous other kind of plant life.
So no touching anything. Okay. Okay.
There's some. There aren't that many predators like on the mainland. They're much more common there. There's smaller ones, smaller cat creatures, and maybe a handful of the kind that your friend pretends to be just now, although doesn't look quite the same.
Right.
There's
Thank you.
deer and piglets and monkeys and bats and insects. The usual. The occasional alligator and lizards. Some of them the giant kind. Some of them poisonous.
That's good to know.
There's much more when it is the rain season, but the rain season just passed, so it is a bit calmer now.
What day is it today?
Today is, well, I would not know of the days they use in the town. You would have to ask. It is, to me, a day like any other.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Well, we wouldn't want to take up too much of your time, I think, right?
I do have to pick the flowers during the nighttime. They only bloom during the nighttime, and it is very difficult to find them during the day. And she kind of like opens up. She's like has this like sack that she's like carrying across her shoulder, like a messenger bag almost. Like, and she opens it up and like pulls out, which looks like a red spotted flower that is glowing faintly.
Huh.
And if you look off into the distance, you can see some, but like again, it's one of those like overwhelming sensations. Like there's glow bugs, there's like stuff glows in the dark here, everywhere. So but like you know, and then she puts it back.
Huh. Do they have some like special properties, these plants?
Oh yeah, it is very good to dry it and grind it up into a powder that can be used to make you stronger against poisons. This is why I'm looking for it. I live in this forest. I would like to stay free of poison. It does happen even if you're careful.
Well, if in the morning we would like to talk to you again, would we be able to find you somewhere around, or would you go back to the settlement?
Oh, I don't live in a settlement. I live separately. Um, I doubt you would be able to find me in this place. And I prefer to be alone.
Okay.
If you're not used to this kind of forest, my child, I would dearly recommend not being in it.
I guess thank you for stopping by anyways.
Try to stay out of the water.
We'll try. Have a good harvest.
Ah, the harvest is not going to be for a while. It is spring.
It's spring. Oh, okay.
All right.
That is
Well,
good to know.
Yeah, this is the windy part of the year, and then the forest comes properly alive and gets much, much warmer soon. Not that
How
soon.
warm does it get?
Get what?
How warm does it get around here?
Well, quite a bit warmer than today was. Gets very humid, unpleasantly so. It is much more pleasant during the night. And the
Okay.
occasional rain cools down.
And we found ourselves a good time to get.
Sorry, you cut out.
Oh, I said. Then I guess we found ourselves a good time to get lost.
If you say so, my child. Well, off I go. I need to pick more of these. And she kind of pats her messenger bag. Don't forget, this way. And keep going until
Do you
you
have any
find the
questions,
river.
I'm.
Already
Are,
heard, so
are you sure you don't want to help us through the forest?
Yes.
Um, I mean, we do have some. We could pay you.
There is nothing you have in your possession that I could be possibly ever interested in.
Well, all right. Then have a good evening and thank you for the information. Kind of look at some your
she
shoulder
shrugs.
raise.
She kind of
Shrugs
like
like,
nods, like, and then gives like a much warmer smile to Mateo and Viera. And then she pats her crab, and you also realize that the crab is carrying something like you could widely interpret as a saddlebag with a saddle on top. It's like it has a thing strapped to its back, right? Like a bundle.
mm-hmm.
And she kind of like lets it start and it's walking sideways. So she's like where its mouth is, and she holds on to that strap and basically lets the crab lead. And she's like slowly following, between the roots and looking out for herbs, you assume.
What the fuck?
Yes, exactly, Viera. Okay. I mean,
Uh,
at least she was friendly.
That is good, and I am very confused.
Do you think we could tame a crab?
Why would you want to tame a crab? They're terrible.
Are they?
The only good thing about crabs is that they taste good. No,
Yeah, that's true.
not always.
That's true.
They're vicious little pincers are just nightmare material.
If you say so.
Yeah, the crab size that you saw could probably pinch you in half.
And they don't let go.
Alright, I guess we should also be careful for giant crabs. And alligators. And poisonous birds.
Everything. Poisons everything. I'm not gonna touch anything in here.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
Vera, do you
see,
think
guys, I fucking love jungle swamps. Fucking love it.
poisons everything. Great. Was she kind of like your kind of person?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You can see the panther's head kind of uncertainly shaking yes and no at the same time.
I mean, you understood it as well, right, Cassius? You talk
as well. Smiles.
out of character. We settled that.
Oh yeah,
Celestial's, like,
yeah. Sorry,
version.
German is celestial, basically.
Yeah.
So she was speaking celestial, Cassius.
Yeah, she was.
You understood her, right? Even though your accent is kind of strange, like I heard. You need to practice a lot more.
I just learned it. Come on. No, I understood her. These kind of things were part of some hymns that I heard, and I recently.
That's the main language.
By the way she sounded, right, Samira, not Samira, but like to Cassius, because it doesn't quite sound like the scholarly version that you, right? It's like the difference between Latin and Italian and Italian. You like it's enough for you to be able to talk to them, but like you sound it's like more like dialect German and Hochdeutsch, right?
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's not like quite as bad as like Slowbo Sächsisch or Steiermark rural deep, or Vorarlberg, but like you can still understand it, right?
In comparison to how I understood it, was it just about similar to how Cassius?
It's nothing like yours or Cassius's. It's a completely different dialect.
Okay. If that's the main language, then Vera's gonna have a problem. I don't know if she knows it.
And when she speaks, Vera? And I also want to point out when she speaks common, quote unquote, common, right? When she speaks common, it's also with a thick, like with a accent. It's clearly not her native tongue. But she speaks it really fucking well, right?
Would you say that we were speaking to her for about a minute?
Longer.
Okay, so I tried to mimic her speech patterns as part of my Master of Intrigue mastermind stuff. Does this sound like a little bit like her? Yeah.
Yes.
Or maybe like the old person voice.
Old person voice.
I guess it's just I'm just realizing this is a completely different world. It's springtime. Language is different. At least there's sunlight.
At least we can understand her at all. Like, it could have been something completely different.
That's true.
Somebody roll me an intelligence check, please, or if you all can do it.
Hell yeah.
Vieira doesn't care, huh? It's Cassius who realizes it, because now you actually specifically draw attention to it. Your common is not common. Your celestial is not celestial. You thought of it, but now the more you think about it, if you think in the language, you think in this, whatever this version is, it is the equivalent of it. It's not the same language. It's like something repacked your brain to whatever the equivalent of this world is.
Like, rubs his head. My head hurts. So, I think this whole, what we experienced, I think it kind of infused us with, like, parts of this world. Like, the way we're talking, it's not the same as it was.
Oh.
And now that he mentions it, you go, oh.
Full body shiver.
And Lena, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all of you, mostly. I don't think if Chris ever experienced this, but like us multilingual people, you know, when you're sometimes tired and you don't even notice that you slipped into a different language, like that.
Yeah, there's a full body shiver. Like, I feel very violated. Oh god.
Okay. I'm completely pooped. I need to.
We need to sleep. It's still Vera's watch. Are you good up there?
She's down there.
She's very curiously watching her own tail swish backwards and forwards.
Miss Kitty, good night. I need to sleep off this headache. God.
Well, at least there is a village. And it's, yeah, meow as well. And head back to sleep.
What?
More or less.
Another hour passes. Vera, you pop out. Absolutely.
I'm just sitting by the campfire waiting for it to end.
Yeah.
To see how long it lasts.
Well, yeah, the tradition is like 6 seconds, right? And you're back. And all your stuff that you were wearing is still there. And it felt like it's leaving you. It's weird, right? I don't have proper words to describe the weirdness. Imagine it.
She's imagining it.
Yeah. But yeah, and then you have 2 more hours. Roll me a perception.
Yep. And I'm gonna do another short rest if I can.
Yeah. You start to discern differences, right? Of like and similarities of like you're starting to get a sense of like, oh, this looks like, okay, these are vines that are hanging from the trees. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. This looks like moss. It you know, it smells like moss, it feels like moss, it's probably moss, right? Whether it is poisonous or not, you would have to like really like get into it, but like you start to get enough of a sense of like, okay, this tree is not gonna come suddenly alive and eat us, and you know, it's not that, it's similar enough, right, that you can get a sense of like the nature. There's insects that you would say are similar, because you know, chitinous bugs are chitinous bugs. There's the mosquitoes, maybe not exactly the same colorations when they get like closer to the fire, you know, moths and stuff, but you know, enough similarities that you go like, okay, this is not a complete drug trip of like differentness, right?
Nature at the end of the day reacts in similar
ways, yeah. So it seems that you can treat it with some similar base assumptions, but then again, you also have zero experience with jungles. So
Yes.
you would be as lost in a jungle in Faerun as you would be here, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise that's basically it. You don't see any stars because cloud cover, right?
Yep.
It seems like there's a full moon behind the clouds tonight, because the clouds are a bit like more lit up, like from what you would gather from like a full moon night, right? But again, the clouds are way too thick to see anything.
Just before I finish my watch, I am going to cast Good Berry and produce a handful of berries, which I then tuck away into a pocket.
Okay.
And then head over to wake up Cassius.
Right? Did she come back or?
No. No sign of anything.
Okay.
Starting to make sense of the plants and creatures and the insects around us. Nature's, for all that it looks different, has the same sort of underlying principles behind it. So, other than that, nothing exciting. The only downside is that I do need 4 hours of rest. So, kind of once your watch is up, you and Samira will probably be around for a couple of hours before I'm up.
That's okay. Yeah, we can.
We just need to take it slow and steady. We know where to go now, at least. So.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's good to have you at full capacity, so
Yep.
That's okay.
Okay. With that, I will settle down. She's going to just settle down by the campfire and leave the tent for Samira. And then kind of drift off into her trance.
Before we get to you, Vera, Cassius, roll me a perception check. With disadvantage.
Yeah.
It's fucking swamp. In a fucking forest. Another fucking forest.
Yeah.
With way too loud things in this forest. Like, at least the Hulag was quiet at night. This thing, whatever the fuck. Are those eyes there? Oh my god, it glows. Oh, maybe, no, wait, it's just a plant. Okay, wait, is that a bug? Oh yeah, it glows. Oh, okay, it flew away. Okay, it's fine. What's the sound? Oh, okay. I think it's not gonna eat me? You're not having fun.
No, probably every time he sees something, he like jumps a little bit and almost reactively
you have the same 2-hour experience that Samira had of like every 5 seconds head snapping around because you're hearing again something unfamiliar.
Yeah, he's basically every time something he needs to see a little bit better, he's trying to use the same power to brighten the campfire just a little bit more, just like it's constantly like flaming up. He's super paranoid, and he also probably slept like shit because of all the noises, so he's like
Yeah. So in that way, 2 hours pass with you being at the same time convinced that something's gonna eat you any second, and also then realizing that nothing ate you, right? So like 2-hour constant adrenaline dump, right? You are exhausted, right? You're probably gonna need like an hour, like after like waking up, just to chill.
Yep.
But after 2 hours, it will get like start to brighten. The sky starts to brighten, right? It wasn't never really fully dark. Again, it looked like there's a full moon behind the cloud cover, right? But yeah, it not like nothing strange happened besides everything being strange. Viera, your trance is different. You are still like it's still visions of vivid green nature, but not nature like you know it. But on top of that, you get this like constant sensation of like traveling through vast forests across a giant continent that you know nothing about, seeing all kinds of weird creatures that are like fleeting because you know it's a bit like rapid fire sensation, so like too quick to remember the details, just like the impression of like, oh, another strange creature and wonderful, and I have never seen this, and another strange creature that's super fucking wonderful and curious, and I've never seen it, and like basically for the entire 4 hours. It also means that Cassius, at the end, you basically have to wake up Samira again, because Viera is gonna be out for 4 hours.
Yep.
Morning.
Morning. Vera's gonna need a little bit more rest, and if we could just like stay here and stay awake, but I also slept like shit and I feel like shit, so I think
you can go lie down again. I'll just
well, I can sit down, but it's I
You're
did
hungry.
You get any sleep? Oh.
I mean, I got some. It was after that lay, it was pretty rough. But you learn to do what you can with what you get. Not really much rest while on the work day to be found. So, how you doing?
Shaken. I don't know. I feel like I said, even more useless than in that fucking forest, which is fantastic. I just want to get to this village, but also the people here, I don't know what to expect. So
I don't know what you think either. It's everything is so different.
yeah.
And hey, not like I'm useful either way as well. So
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens.
Let's hope nothing's looking for the spot of breakfast anywhere around here.
Talking about breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we still have some rations.
Oh yes, we do.
I don't trust myself to go hunting or anything.
I would have hooked up a line for some fish, but now I know everything's poisonous, so no thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a bad idea. I'm just gonna eat a ration.
Same here. I mean, the village is nearby, so hopefully we can stock up there again.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna call a 10-minute break here. Because we've almost gone for 2 hours, so I need to grab a drink because I'm out of drinkies.
All right, sounds good.
Alrighty.
And then we're gonna continue from there in this awesome, super freaking loud forest of doom.
Awesome.
Yay. Okay, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And we're back. So, in the meantime, 2 hours have passed.
Any time that we're waiting on Viera, I would spend reading.
That's fine. You have 2 hours, so you can add 2 hours. I shall plop us back
to Can I also read?
Yes, you can.
But it needs to be spread over 6 days, right?
Yeah, if you start...
No, it needs to be within 6 days.
48 hours within 6 days. So if you start, make sure you finish it within the 6 days.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Mind,
if you cannot guarantee that
divided by 6 is 8.
8 hours a day.
Yeah. No, not gonna risk it. I
Yeah.
don't know what's gonna happen.
I mean, I already got 4 hours in one day, so it should be doable.
Mhm. Well, we can always travel longer
Mm.
and slower.
So
Before
yeah,
we go, I just wanted to ask y'all, what's the plan when we get to this village?
Viera literally
Because
just
they're
woke
gonna.
up, by the way.
Yeah. This is just
Uh-huh.
game plan. Oh, how's your cat nap?
Ah,
Mhm.
strange.
Hmm.
Different.
Feel rested though?
Rested enough. I need to do a little bit of preparation
Yeah.
before we go anywhere.
I'm just wondering because even though this lady didn't seem to ask any questions where we came from, I'm not sure how smart it is to.
Mention anything about?
Yeah, but how else are we going to explain our presence here?
I don't shipwreck.
From where? We
We don't
don't know. We would
amnesiacs.
all of us.
I
That's such a bad
don't
con.
think you
I've
know.
tried it. That angle doesn't work so well, especially with more people around.
I mean, maybe you could bullshit your way out of standard normal questions, but we didn't even know it was springtime.
Yeah, I mean, I can.
Now we
Well,
do.
I can intimidate people. I can intimidate her now,
I
but
think
if
the
they're gonna
best thing
ask
to
questions,
do would be to gloss over any questions. I'm sure
oh
you're good enough at that, Cassius. When
yeah,
someone asks you a question you don't particularly want to answer it, you ask them another question, and if they start getting persistent, you just say thank you very much for your help and then walk away.
see, I'm a good influence after all.
I think we can find. I mean, at the end of the day, it's. Do we even know? Is it a crime to not be from here? The
It's
We
first thing
don't know
we should.
what is legal and illegal. Anyways, we don't know the
No,
laws here.
we don't. So
it's just a weird story. People are gonna ask questions. People are like, "What
I
power?
think the
What?"
best thing we can do is find a smaller place to go to first, not necessarily the middle of the village, but maybe the first person we come across on the outskirts
And do
and
what?
learn what we can. And just
Okay.
some magic happened, we've been teleported here. We're not lying, that's
Fair enough.
truthful.
Mm-hmm.
Where from?
What if magic
From
is outlawed here?
from our home.
Like, I mean,
Well,
if
it wasn't us doing the magic. We've just been enchanted here. And I suggest we don't do any magic.
oh, definitely.
So
That
Yeah,
stuff gets put on the wraps.
until we
I'll
know,
try.
magic could be a death sentence here. We don't know.
Mm.
I mean, giving
Being
a
an elf
cat
could be a
over
death
in
sentence.
Cormier was very much a unusual law. So
Well, there were reasons for that, but
true. So could be strange reasons here to not wear red on a weekend. Who knows?
who knows? But the better we can blend in, the better we can find out. And ultimately, do we want to stay here on a small island? Do we want to head to the mainland if
I
there is
have
one?
no reference.
No
Me
idea.
neither.
This is a pretty small island. A day
A
travel
day either side.
across.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it might be a good starting place to at least learn a bit about what it's like to live here.
Yeah.
They must have trade with somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I would suggest then the capital. More
Easier to
people,
blend in.
easier to blend in. More people, libraries possibly.
That's true. Yes.
Possibly. We need to find out if being an elf is a crime.
Mm.
We need to find out
You
if being a human is a crime.
Well,
She was
We
living
could find
alone in
out
the
if
forest.
she
what the
looked
problem.
human, though I am unsure if she was.
We need to find out if everyone can speak like an accent to the common, or at least well enough. Otherwise, did you understand her at first? She said Celestial was the equivalent
Mm-hmm.
of it was the
Yeah.
main language here.
I
Yeah.
didn't understand what she was saying at the beginning.
So it could be a problem.
Oh.
Might not be the same common language. But then again, that might just be something peculiar to her.
She did say it was the main language from the northern mainland.
Yeah, she did.
Okay. Well, I'll take it as it
Just-
comes.
Very strange.
Mm-hmm.
I just need a few minutes to prepare before we pack up. So
Yeah.
if you two want to break camp while I prepare,
Okay, we can do that.
Sounds good.
and then we can get going. I take it has Mateo been fed?
We've had ration breakfast, so yes, he's been fed.
Okay.
Alright.
Good. I'll be back in a minute.
Alright.
And Vieira just wanders off, not too far, literally to the island opposite with the tree that's next to it, and she kind of sits down and just... She's never been one for sitting in religious contemplation or prayer, but silent prayers to the nature around them, and hopes for preparing specific kinds of magic, like she was sort of instructed during her trial. She's just gonna kind of try and do her best to be prepared with a certain selection of spells. So she probably spends about 5 or 6 minutes preparing spells.
Okay. In the meantime, Samira, as it was getting, lighter, there's swarms, so like schools of fish now swimming in. They do respond to like any shadow being cast onto the water, right? They flit away and then hide in between the roots.
They look somewhat familiar, strange, but
They look like fish. I mean,
okay.
the coloration seems to fit the soil, right? The surrounding area. The ones that you can see, you probably can guess that there's probably you can assume there's fish that is adapted to the muddy in between, or like even like maybe some kind of flatfish that's hiding in the sand, maybe crabs, maybe snakes. And from what you can gather, also like this looks like the kind of territory you've seen similar, like I said, similar stuff from like your travels, saltwater marshes, where like during the rainy season, like basically floods from the seaside, right? It does look like that kind, but it's just a different kind of vegetation. It's also a cooler day, by the way. It's around 17 degrees at the moment. Somebody, roll me a perception. No. Viera, you have a very high passive, right? When you're done with your meditation, you will be the first one to notice because the sky is clearing up and the clouds are scattering.
Nice.
The sun is directly above you.
Despite it only being dawn.
I mean, it's been an hour since dawn. You missed dawn, right?
Sure, but that's still unusual.
Yes, because you're pretty sure that your meditation and stuff didn't take you that long.
Yeah, it's not midday.
Or time is getting by that fast. You don't know. Maybe the days are really that short here.
How long was I asleep?
Not long at all.
Not that
Like
long.
2 hours?
The sun's directly above us.
No, she was asleep for hours. Like
Oh,
her
wow.
usual, yeah.
Okay. As far as I knew, yes.
Yeah, it's like the sun's above us, like it's midday.
Oh.
You guys notice it
mean-
now as well.
The night felt normal length, right? Wasn't it?
Yes, it fit our usual watches.
Yeah. So
Is it like short days
maybe.
or I
Well,
remember like
yeah.
Steno said something about the sun not being here, but it's obviously here, but is it strange here?
Possibly. We should
It's
just
different.
keep track of how long the light lasts, and we can infer from that.
Do any of us have an accurate way of keeping track of time?
No.
I mean, I get by the sun and the stars oftentimes, but it's definitely not useful now.
It looks like a noon sun to you.
Yes,
Hmm.
I don't have other ways to track time. You don't use other ways on to see.
Yeah.
I just listen to the town criers,
Or the bells.
the bells.
Those infernal ringing things.
Mm. Yeah, I hate it when they start early in the morning.
Yeah, in the distance you can hear. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Are there any creatures within range, like nearby? Can you see
Everywhere.
what kind?
Mostly again birds. There's the occasional small kind of monkey, right?
Mhm.
Ape-ish thing.
Is there anything that's staying in place for quite a while?
In what sense?
Like, it's lingering around. It's not put off by our presence. It's not traveling anywhere. It's just like a bird sitting in a tree. And it's been there for like 10 minutes.
None of the things seem to be too bothered by your presence, right? It's
Okay.
if you get too close, they will move then, right? The natural instinct. It kind of mimics what the woman said, that it doesn't seem like there's a lot of predators on this island.
Okay.
From what you can gather, it's mostly stuff that's not like the typical predator nature. Like, big cats.
I have an idea, but it might take me a little bit of time.
What is it?
I can try to speak with the animals and see what they know.
Why not? Just hands thrown in the air.
Sure.
We can at least find out the basics. Is this normal?
The easiest way to do that would be to find something probably on the ground. That's not like a squirrely type fast. Probably a crab.
That's fine. That doesn't matter. Vera kind of sets herself down, kind of sitting on her knees, kind of on her haunches almost, and kind of draws a variety of creatures around her into the dirt, just with a little stick. So if she can see some monkeys, she'll draw her best interpretation of a monkey, and she's just going to draw all the different creatures around her, and then concentrate and begin ritual casting Speak with Animals.
That's gonna take you 10 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, 10 minutes plus 6 seconds.
Yeah. The other two
So
are
during
watching
the,
you. Like-
No, so during the we'll be breaking down the camp, I guess, and with the fire, the Cass is like sitting next to the fire and considering just putting out normally, but then remembering what he did during the night and trying to channel the same kind of energy to completely snuff it.
Yep.
And it's probably like with some hand movements, just trying to like, and at some point it just like probably brightens again. It's like, no, not that. Changes color. No, not that.
Wrong
And
radio
then-
station.
Yeah, exactly. He's like tuning it basically, and then and then suddenly it like goes out.
Hmm,
Smokeless.
that's useful and interesting.
Huh. Cool. Cool. Wonder if it works with other things. Look at the sun. Maybe
You
not.
get an
How
itching
about this
sensation
light?
in your back, Cassius.
Uh,
How about this light? And I light my hand on glowy light. So is it?
Try
Can you put
it.
it out?
Muttering doesn't work. Nothing happens.
Need a bit of practice. Snuff it out.
Yeah. Feels good. Well, doesn't feel good, but feels weird.
Feels interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Really.
Yes.
Roll me a
So-
d4.
3.
Oh, okay. I would say it's like a creature. You would call it a mouse.
Mhm.
Sort of. Bit bigger. Bigger ears.
Rodent.
Rodent, yeah.
Something.
Mouse type-ish. Right. Just
Yeah.
slightly different tail, ears, snout. Bit bigger. Bigger than a house mouse.
That's
Not
fine,
as big
I
as
can
a
talk
rat.
to all the creatures for the
Yep.
next 10 minutes, so not just one.
But that would have been like a curious little thing sitting there watching you.
Hi.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes.
Can you understand me?
Yes, 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 yes.
Can you tell me if the sun up there is normal? Is it supposed to be there this time of day?
The global? The global? Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah,
global.
yeah. Global. Right, right.
Does it ever move?
No, no, no. Glow bright.
It doesn't
Glow
move.
dark.
So it just comes on and off.
On, off, on, off, on.
Bright, 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 bright,
Bright, dark,
bright,
dark, dark,
brighter,
dark. Yeah,
dimmer,
dark,
dimmer, dimmer,
darker, darker.
dark.
Yes, yes.
She'll pull out one of the good berries and hand it to the creature.
It sniffs,
It's
waits, scuttles over, grabs it, scuttles away, and then sniffs it again, and then eats it and stuffs it in one cheek.
That'll keep you full for a day. How long does a day last?
As long as they last. As long as a day. Every day.
Are they always the same length?
Yes, 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 yes.
So, do you get cold white stuff on the ground?
No. No. What is cold white stuff on the ground?
Snow?
What is no?
Does it ever change? Or is it always just dark light?
Darker.
Does it ever,
Because sometimes
does
dark.
it ever get sometimes darker? Sometimes brighter?
No. Sometimes red.
Sometimes red. What's red? The sky is red?
No, the ball. The global.
The glow ball is red.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you say sometimes darker, you mean like nighttime?
No. Longer.
So, spring, summer, autumn?
It tilts its head to the side. It has
She'll
no.
explain she'll explain the concept of spring being where there's a little bit more food available, and summer is where there's lots of food available.
There's
And it
always food available.
Lasts about 90 days. 90 bright and darks.
There's always food.
There's always food. Well, the sun doesn't move, but it does get brighter and darker, and they do sort of have seasons. But there's always food.
Okay.
So it doesn't sound like they have a very strong winter here, if one at all.
Okay.
Is one more strange thing to count on top.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we could just be in a very warm place.
Are there stars?
I'll ask the mouse if it's ever seen stars.
How do you ask it? Do you ask, are there stars? Because it wouldn't know what stars are.
When the glow ball is dark,
Yeah.
are there other tiny glow balls
No.
very far
No.
away?
No. Only one.
No stars.
It white, it blue, it red.
It does change color though. White.
Now
blue,
that you
red.
actually think about it, the shine from the the clouds last night. You know how everything gets this like bluish tinge during a full moon? The clouds had that color, and you were assuming from a full moon, and now you realize probably because it went dim enough to get bluish in the color range.
But the sun doesn't move, it just gets darker and lighter.
Did you say white, blue, and red?
Yeah. Why?
When does it go red?
I'll ask the mouse when it goes red.
When it goes red.
Nighttime, daytime?
No, it's already past.
It's already past.
This is just wrong. I don't like this.
When it's red, is it warmer?
No, cold,
Colder?
dark,
Very
cold.
cold. When was that? Was that
It's like
lots of days ago?
not as lots.
Does it happen every year? And she'll explain the concept of a year being spring, summer, autumn, winter.
Yes. It does take a moment to follow you. You have to like
Yeah.
dumb it down.
Very carefully explain
Yeah.
it to a mouse.
Gonna make this more poor mouse's brain explode basically. At some point,
At some point, actually, it just fucks off. Right.
Yeah. This is too confusing.
Too
for her. We need to
confusing,
find an owl
There's no owl, but there's a
or something.
there at some point there's what do you call it, a lemur that
Okay.
as the mouse fucks off like basically bursts into laughter, or it sounds like laughter.
Ah, you look like a wiser candidate.
Smart.
So, glow ball is blue, white, red.
White day,
White.
blue night, red during darkness.
Did that last a long time? Did that darkness last many days?
Yes, it passed. It will come back. Not soon.
When will it come back? Next year?
You will have to explain year to him as well, but then he'll like, yeah, next year.
And
You switch from intelligence 2 to intelligence 3, basically.
Woohoo! Slightly up the pay grade structure.
Yeah.
So does the red darkness happen for 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, 30 days?
He doesn't know what number is, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, she will hold up one finger and go like 1 day. One.
No,
He
he
knows what
not.
day it is because
It's
he
it's
explained
many
it.
many many days, more than he can count on 2 tiny hands and feet.
Okay. But it eventually goes away and we get day and night again.
Yes, that's the concept you get.
Okay.
For better explanations, you probably need a humanoid that can actually explain things to you.
Yeah, but at least that won't catch us off guard now, if it does suddenly happen. Sounds like we've just missed it. So, how many days ago was the last red?
He can't tell you. It's not like they keep track of how
Too
many.
many.
Yeah, too many. It
So
was
it wasn't
recent.
it wasn't last week,
Uh,
but it was maybe a couple of months ago.
maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months. There's no such concept like.
There's no concept.
Nah, they don't pay attention to that. They pay attention like on a daily basis what they gotta eat, right?
So it doesn't have a concept of seasons either.
It doesn't have a concept of like it's mating season now.
Okay.
It's gonna be for a while.
And then after mating season, it's food gathering season because there's lots of it.
They don't gather food. They just get food, and he will like tell. Also, by the way, you're starting to expire on the spell. You're not like having this forever. How long does it last, by the way? I think it's 10 minutes,
10
right?
minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we reached the limit of how far you can push it.
Okay. I mean, they sort of have seasons, they sort of don't. By the sounds of it, we're in a very temperate place if they don't, and it's because we're in a temperate place. So,
I just had a very disturbing to me thought. If there's no stars, if there's no moon, does that mean there's no Sloon? Does it mean there is no gods here?
creatures aren't going to know anything about gods.
There are no gods here.
How do you know that?
Time Dad told me.
Time Dad told you.
Yeah, the guy with the
Father.
yeah.
What exactly did he tell you?
So people don't worship gods of any kind?
I mean there's obviously like powerful things around, but
More like localized deities.
he almost seemed offended when I called him a god.
Well,
So we're out of their reaches now.
Probably not.
none of us worships gods anyway.
Speak for yourself?
Do you know? who do you worship?
I'm not an acolyte of any sort, but the
You have
goddess
faith.
Nepthys never let me down. She always gave me a good hand. So I give her my worship.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, I worship Relifan. He's an elven deity though.
Did they actually do things for you, or did you just do it yourself and attribute it to that one?
No, we don't attribute anything to him. It's more a case of he was just the all-encompassing deity of nature. So it's nature you focus on more than the god himself, but I guess it's a name. It's a collective name to group the whole lot by. In that sense. Think of him more as a keeper of nature, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
shall we find this town?
Yeah. Sounds good.
The old lady said about a day, didn't she? If we knew how to navigate.
Half a day, yes.
Whatever day
basically-
is.
We head west and then follow the river north.
Yeah.
So if we head sort of northwest, then we might cut off some time.
Yeah, Cassius, you will actually. I mean, you. Somebody roll me an intelligence check, Samira and Cassius, when she says head north.
Boop.
No, she specifically said go into this direction, right?
Mhm.
Samira and Cassius will remember.
Yes,
Until you
it's
bump into the
west,
river and then
right?
you head
Up
upriver, which is not necessarily, north. You don't know.
I think we just need to find the river first. Just head in the direction roughly where she pointed.
So the river
there.
might be in a
Yeah.
different direction.
Hmm.
Okay.
No clue. Vera, one more question.
Mhm.
Because you're talking to animals. Don't you feel bad about eating them?
No.
Huh. So would you eat a humanoid?
I mean, I wouldn't talk to it first. And she gives
So-
you a grin.
So that means we're safe. Good to know. Alright.
Thinking?
No time like the present?
What, on eating people?
What? No, I meant like going.
What, you guys are still
okay.
hungry?
No. Should be good.
We had some dry jerky and everything.
Yep. Mine isn't as exciting as that. And Vera pops one of the good berries into her mouth.
Ah. Tangy.
Tangy.
Mm.
Not even a mouthful. Right. Let's go. And
Let's go find some humans to eat.
we will start heading
Don't let
in.
anyone overhear you.
No. We're in the middle of the jungle, so it's fine. All the animals can understand you, though.
They might
We'll
agree
start-
with me.
Yeah, they might sympathize.
They might well do. We'll start heading in that direction, whatever that direction was.
Okay,
Wait.
that direction is
West,
this
right?
way.
Okay.
This is
And-
after 1 hour.
Presumably, we're not having any trouble traveling either.
You have to pick around the trees, across the roots, and Matteo doesn't seem too bothered. And occasionally you do have to step into the water, right?
I'll jump if it's possible instead of stepping
Yeah,
into the
yeah.
water.
Again, most of the water in between is sand ground, right? It's you can literally see the ground. I think in Discord I posted a picture of a mangrove forest. It's very much like that, like this turquoise clear, the disturbances come from you basically stepping into the sand and pushing it up, and then it clouds up for a moment, but then if you leave it alone long enough, it settles down again. But the water in between is you can see everything in there, right? You can see occasionally fish or maybe even snakes slithering away in between the roots, but yeah, that's basically after an hour you kind of get this rhythm.
Can I forage for food whilst we're moving? As it's springtime, any kind of fruits that look like they're producing anything like that?
You have to two things you have to roll me. A survival check with disadvantage. With your advantage, it would be a normal check because, again, it's similar enough, but it's still unfamiliar stuff to you, right?
That's fine. It doesn't necessarily even need to be food. It could be poisonous.
Yeah, just roll me a
I'm gathering
normal.
what looks like food.
Roll me a normal survival check
18.
to find something that looks, and then roll me another survival or nature check. Again, to figure out basically whether you can eat it.
12.
It smells okay.
That's fine. Sounds good.
There's enough, it kind of matches the description of it being maybe spring, because there's no, plump, ripe fruit in that sense. But it is true that there's, enough stuff, seemingly. And more or less, the reason why you found it is because you also keep a track of what the animals, are picking up around you, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna pick up enough to be a portion for each of us as we go, and then just carry on heading, just kind of tracking in the same direction as the old lady told us to head.
As the other two, are basically stumbling behind you.
They're not stumbling. They're
No,
basically
they're not, yeah.
walking in my footsteps,
Yeah.
because that would be the smart thing to do. Can I keep an eye out for any very strange looking herbs or flowers?
Roll
totally
me.
wrong nature colors, all that kind of stuff.
I mean, there's all sorts of colors here. It's really difficult to tell what is wrong here. You have literally anything from
So you've got,
pale green to vivid orange and red.
You've got the glowing flowers at nighttime.
You don't see those. They seem to be closed. You haven't seen enough of them to recognize the entire plant. You don't see. They're bright orange. They were last night. They were big, sort of tulip size. Bright spotted glowing, right? But not bright glowing, dim, but there was bright enough colors for you to recognize them during the day. There are none of them, right? You don't see any of that. So it kind of fits the description of what the lady said of oh yeah, they bloom only at night. You can't find them during the day, right? But roll me because you're looking for interesting stuff. Roll me another survival check with your usual advantage thing. Okay, let's see. Roll me a 1d4, which is unrelated to how many you find. Okay. Just give me a second. You find something. You first notice it because you think actually it's a creature, right? And it's more like it found you because for one of those spots where you actually had to get into the water and then climb up on the other side. It's basically, it looks like a maw. With veiny tendrils that reached out to you and started to wrap around your ankle, basically, and this is why I noticed it. It seems almost like it was reflexively grabbing you because you were moving close enough. And now that it kind of failed to drag you, it kind of let go and pulled back. into the like muddier waters, right? So yeah, you get now roll me a 1d4.
No.
You get 1.
It doesn't double and double again.
Oh, sorry, you get 3. No, sorry, 4.
Your maths is terrible.
Yeah, I know. Shut up.
Okay.
You can see that
Marsh.
it easily can grab like probably smaller critters easily, right?
Yeah.
So basically a Venus flytrap for smaller animals.
But it hides under the water, so it's almost like an alligator in that sense. It waits for creatures to come to the edge of the water to drink, and then it snakes out and grabs it and drags it in.
Is it still like moving after you cut them from the
No,
still
it
alive.
dead.
It dead. Okay. So I got 4, and they weigh the same as a normal coin, 0.02.
Yeah. In one of them you find a small half-digested fish.
I'll drop the fish back into the water.
I mean, it's dead, but sure.
Yeah, I know, but it'll feed something else.
It's basically a giant maw with tendrils. That's what it looks like, with some roots, you know.
Yeah. And then we'll have to figure out what it's for later. Yeah, okay, just carry on heading on. Trying to make as good a time as possible.
About here is where it's one of those like bad chain reaction things of like, you know, Matteo stepping onto a branch, a critter running off, scaring off a flock of birds, right? And basically, you know, one of those like chain reactions in the forest where like one thing sets off another, right? And then a whole bunch of things get disturbed all at once because of that. You know, a flock of birds flies away, you know, you can hear like, you know, disturbed stuff up there because the flock of birds disturbed something in the crowns, you know, some monkeys run away. But from the immediate, like in between the roots, basically from that like ripple effect, you see like almost like exploding outwards, like several swarms of what you can only describe as like fist-sized mosquitoes.
Oh shit.
No.
I will show you first a picture. Few characters. There it is.
Oh.
Lovely.
Of like about 5 of each swarm. They erupt in 3 different spots basically from the within the roots. They look like a combination between a dragonfly and a giant mosquito, like giant fist size, like mouse size mosquito basically. It looks like a way more insecty version of Sturgis. And they're not happy at all.
Can I cast a spell? Like,
Well,
scene, I'm like,
I can drop you on the map and you can roll initiative.
Uh-oh.
nice.
Also, this is not fitting music at the moment. Give me a second.
It's so calm and peaceful. Nice.
Okay. Where's Matteo again? God fucking damn it. Matteo keeps disappearing. Because I assume that you're taking the lead as Vieira, by the way. Maybe I should ask for the marching order here.
Yes, obviously. I would imagine that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Do change it around. If you don't agree.
No, looks about right. I think we are in the front, and at least Cassius wouldn't go in the back basically because he's so out of his element, even more than in the forest. So he would just like stay close to anyone.
There's an approachable Sturge over there.
Shh.
Approachable.
Yeah.
So they're all around us, basically.
There's 3 swarms. Small swarms.
Okay.
Wait, why don't I see the Sturges?
You do,
They're
but
tiny.
they're so fucking tiny.
Oh yeah, oh shit, I see them.
They're
Yeah.
all
They're
floating
flying.
over the water.
Yep, gotcha.
One south of us, one northeast of us, one north of me, directly. Oh wow. Cue all the
Fuck off.
dice rolls.
Oh, not great.
Yeah, nope, not looking good.
What?
So many dice!
How many dice? What the
Mateo was missing.
actual hell?
There you go, there's the boy.
Yeah, you guys rolled?
Why did Mateo roll a 1d8?
No idea.
That was
No
me
idea.
rolling a 1d8, not Mateo. Oh, is it because I've got Mateo selected?
Maybe. Yeah. You gotta click on yourself, and then you have the dice in the roll initiative.
Okay, no, that's fine. That d8 was my initiative modifier. And then I get to roll initiative with advantage.
No.
Imagine that without the d8.
Imagine that without the advantage.
Yeah.
It's just 2 less.
Yeah, on both accounts.
That are some interestingly described Sturges.
Right?
Yeah.
He's a neighborly Sturge.
There's an over emotional Sturge over
He's
there.
gonna bring us a cup
I
of
like
sugar.
the corny Sturge.
And
Low
yeah,
Sturge. What the fuck is
there's
that?
an adventurous Sturge, there's a corny Sturge, an approachable Sturge.
Oh,
A
this
tall Sturge.
the dishonest one. Gotta look out for that one.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Great.
What?
Nothing.
Oh yeah, I have to select you first. I keep forgetting that.
Yep.
There we go. Normal. It hits.
Surprise.
Jesus Christ.
You sound surprised.
I am. Well, it rolled. How much is that? Wait. Sorry, I'm a bit. Oh yeah, it rolled 3. Okay. Yeah, it zips over to you. Bzzzt, and basically lands and jabs that stinger like right into your arm. And just lands. Basically, it just attached itself to you. You can
Great.
remove it using one action, but you have to like basically if you want to get rid of it, or it's gonna start. From what you can see right now, it does act like a sturge.
Mhm.
Approachable sturge. Da, 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 da.
Oh no.
Well, yeah, Matteo is squish.
Need to get him some armor.
Okay. And next one. Oh, this is just gonna move for the biggest thing.
Oof, he's not gonna look so good.
Can't do anything.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, baby.
Looks like we're going to be over-encumbered again.
Yep, he's down.
He's not down yet. Oh no, he is. Never mind.
He is down.
Yeah.
You can see, yeah. You can see HP on the combat tracker.
So, where was I? That actually they're not going all into the same direction. This flies somewhere off into the tree. You can hear a monkey screeching. Viera, you hear a thud behind you. And then you see that two of them have attached themselves to Matteo.
I It's fucking how many of these things?
About a dozen from what you can guess at first glance. But again, they're dispersed into various directions, right? You have one on you and two on Matteo.
And Mateo's already down.
Yeah.
I am gonna. So it's attached to me using a proboscis of some sort.
Yeah, it's like a
I'm gonna draw my short sword and cut the proboscis off.
yes.
And one on me.
You can do this no problem, basically. I'm not even gonna make you roll. It's just like it just takes one action to remove them.
Yes, but I don't want to remove it. I want to remove it so it can't bite something else.
Like, roll me an attack roll then against it.
Before that, though, presumably it's that one next to me.
Above you, yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna mark it. Well, it's just flagged as unconscious because Foundry thinks that I actually hit it with.
Oh.
Oops.
Already did 1d6 damage.
Yeah, that's silly.
1 damage.
1 damage, and it's dead.
1 damage instead. That's
Well,
fine.
they're very squishy. They're, you know.
Good to know.
They are, yeah. But it's deselected the one I was going to attack.
Yeah, you hit it. It is. You squish it. You don't just
It
remove.
squishes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Squished. That's about all I can do, I presume.
Bonus action?
Bonus
Okay.
action was Hunter's Mark.
Okay. Keep in mind you can then move it onto the next thing, right? Next.
Only at the beginning of next.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Don't forget it.
Yeah.
Cassius,
Alright. So
you figured the way they flew in, if you swing well with your sword, you could maybe hit more than one.
well, I don't think I'm gonna swing. I'm gonna do something different.
Oh.
So probably as these stirges erupt and he just sees so many of them, there's a brief flash of power from his chest, and then he basically claps his left hand to his chest itself to kind of like stop it because it kind of surprises him himself. And then from this, okay, now I have to figure out this area of effect thing. Shit.
Take your time.
What was it again? Effect controls, right? And I can. Oh, I forgot. Oh, the circle, yeah. So probably centered around here, 10 feet, and I'm gonna cast Shatter. So
Do it.
from that point, there's a super loud. Come on, stay open. Spells. Okay, there we go.
If you hover over the icon and click that, you usually get a dice that does the roll for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have to just do it like that. Sorry, this is really the first time I'm recasting
No,
spells. So.
good. We're all figuring it out. Still getting used to half of the stuff here.
I had to remember how I did the Hunter's Mark thing.
Yeah.
That's a lot of dice. Crikey. One of them made its saving throw.
Yeah, but it's still 15.
The
Thunder
over-emotional Sturge
damage.
succeeded.
The over-emotional. How much is it?
15 damage. And on a fill, it's half that. So if they take 1 damage, they should all be dead.
It's dead. It is dead. Yeah, it is. It's super dead.
So there's this super loud ringing noise, and they basically just explode into a red mist, probably.
Oh, good. Do that again,
like-
please.
And Cassius is like panting afterwards and clutching his chest. And I'm gonna. Whoa, sorry. No, that's another circle. Didn't mean to do that. And Cassius is going to move here. And I'm gonna use my bonus action to do the help action against probably one of the sturges on this one. Can I? Yeah.
Don't you have to be within a certain distance? Oh no, you can
Yeah.
within 30 feet.
I can do it within 30 feet.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna yell at fuck, they got the donkey. Somebody, can you get him? Can you get that one? He's pretty easy to hit.
I'll get him.
Yep, and that's my turn.
Okay, this one is bye-bye off to this. Sorry. Whee! Buzzes off. Samira.
Take out the fucking donkey. She's not even looking angry, she's just looking exhausted. I'll get them. And she treads through the water, just swinging her maul like a bat around there, just whack! Trying to swipe all of them at the same time with her cleave at the end.
So you have advantage on the one left to you.
Oh, oh damn! I don't have the usual inventory and everything safe, quick thing. I don't know why. I seem to only have Mateos.
Did you select yourself or Matteo?
I have myself selected.
Mm.
I don't know why. Is that happening? But alright. Oh, now it's working. Now it's working.
Okay.
Okay. Had to re-select. Okay, let me just first. There we go. Oh, okay. We're good.
Yeah, they're all three dead.
SWAT.
Cause I mean, roll the damage. Wait, you did the damage, yeah? That's 16.
It's 16.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Critically hits corny Sturge. now he's smushed Sturge.
Yeah. Wait, let me. I didn't.
Corn syrup Sturge. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. They're all bye.
Fucking mosquitoes, and I just take a closer step, kneel by Matteo, preparing for healing him next time. And yeah, that's my turn.
Can you step back just for 1 second?
Sorry.
Thanks. Okay, it's fine.
Here we go.
Okay, I think that's it actually. I think the others just flew away. Let me double check.
There's one still.
There's
highlighted.
two
One over here.
and
Yeah.
one over here.
Oh yeah. That one actually. Hi!
No, buzz off.
And this one fucks off. Yeah, that's the gregarious one. Oh man, Cassius is just like, nope.
Ugh.
It lands on your neck and jabs its little right in there,
Motherfucker.
ready to suck you dry. Not in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
1d10 for Matteo. Well, although I think, no, he's exactly at 0. He's just unconscious. These are all gone. The boastful was, yeah. Poor monkey. You just see a monkey dropping out of the tree. Like a little tiny one. This one is really sneaky and it's gone.
Oh.
Viera.
She's gonna kneel down, pull the rest of the sturge out of her arm and throw it onto the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then check over Mateo and does it look like he can be revived?
Yeah,
Does he look
he's
badly
unconscious.
injured? Yeah. As opposed to just outright dead.
Yeah, it seems he stabbed him somewhere that like just flat out took him out.
Yeah. In which case she will kneel down and begin whispering a very quick prayer to Rilifan. Apparently, I have to target a token before attacking it with Cure Wounds.
You smack that donkey back to life!
I give him the CPR that he so desperately needs.
Oh god.
There you
There you
go,
go.
buddy.
He's full health.
Yeah,
That's a
he is.
Jesus. Yeah, he just like... That's actually the first and the only time so far you saw Mateo in any kind of distress, because he goes like, well, except for the one time where Cassius fell on top of him and he went, basically, like, he just basically jump starts up, like, right, and gets up and, you know, looks around, shakes the sturges off, and then goes back to chewing.
Of course.
Good.
Any bonus action, by the way? No?
Yes, I am going to bonus action Hunter's Mark. Don't even know what just happened there. The nearest sturge to me, which will be the dishonest sturge. Buzzing behind me, basically.
The dishonest one. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how I can do a Hunter's Mark without accidentally killing it.
Yeah, we'll remember it. It's
Right.
fine.
I've got it targeted, so
Mhm.
in case it goes anywhere. That's me.
Cassius.
Alright, I'm gonna use my bonus action Steady Aim and my movement speed is reduced to 0, but it gives me advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna aim real good at the back of my neck where I feel this motherfucker and smack it. Smack it off me.
Attack it. Yeah, you smack it real good. You have like a smooshed sturge
Ugh.
dripping down into your shirt.
Ugh. Fucking gross. And,
Yeah,
well,
yeah, it's very
that-
squishy. Mm-hmm.
It's my turn.
Yeah. Country sturge. Where was it?
Country
Top right.
Yeah, okay, that's gone. Samira.
Currently petting the up and once again, Mateo's just, hey you go buddy, everything's good, and then just catching a little bit of the smashed sturge in my hand. Fuck off, and I flick with my fingers at the dishonest sturge, incidentally casting Eldritch Blast at it.
Whoa!
That,
That is an enormous flick.
yeah,
There's a sudden crackle bang as
Yeah,
the
it's-
sturge literally just it's like from a bug zapper. Zap!
You know, in those comics, like in cartoons, where like a flame whooshes through the screen, and then a pile of ash remains with like 2 eyes, and then it just dissolves. Yeah, like that.
See, they're not that bad. They're gone. Yes, good boy. That's my turn.
Man, these people. Okay, the tall sturge is still... And that's gone. Yeah, that's it. You guys, you survived the swarm of sturges.
But did we?
Yes.
um. Everybody all right?
Yeah.
Yes. He got him all settled down. Mateo's looking good now.
Gather round.
Sure. You alright?
I'm fine. We're all a little bit injured. I think.
Oh, I'm fine. Who's hit? Who's hurt?
Yeah,
Well,
one of those fuckers got me.
yeah, I got bitten by one of them, so I'm just gonna do a very quick check.
Oops.
And I'm going to close my eyes and focus on the old woman who said that everything in this place is poisonous, basically. And then concentrate on trying to detect if either or any of us are poisoned or diseased because of the bites from the sturges.
You're not, but you can pick up poison in those tiny bodies around you. Residue.
Okay, so as in harvestable poison.
Yes.
Gather up the sturges.
What?
All right. Who of you is feeling the worst?
I don't think any of us are that bad. I think Mateo was the worst hit,
That's for sure.
but he seems fine.
Mateo, you look super chill.
All right, come here, pretty boy, and I just lay a hand on Cassius and give him some heals.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would avoid touching his neck.
Whoop. So you get 3. I don't know if it gives anything, but it doesn't apparently.
Nope, it doesn't give me anything.
You get 3
What?
points.
Oh, that's
There you
Oh,
go.
you should like consider going to like massages or something. It feels really good.
Not really my type of style, but alright.
Okay. So, gather these fuckers.
We'll just pick up the 6 that are here because you detonated some of them. What was that exactly? I mean, it was good.
I
I'll grant you that.
I don't know. I panicked.
Okay.
I don't like bugs.
It's like it just seemed to like they just sort of exploded.
Yeah.
There's no other way to describe it really. There was just kind of fine mist everywhere.
Yeah, those 4, by the way, you can't gather. They're just, powder.
Yeah. I'm hoping the village has some sort of incense or cream or anything against mosquitoes. I don't like the itchiness they give, so.
Well, you didn't get bitten. You're all right.
I know. I just don't like it anyways.
Yeah. Well, we might be able to find something natural that repels them.
You get 4 sturges, by the way. They're a pound
Can we
each.
put them on Mateo?
Yeah.
What do you need the bodies?
I mean, I was trying to check to see if they spread poison or disease in their bites, which is quite common. And as the old woman said that everything here is poisonous, I figured it was prudent to check. But no, they've got poison in them.
So are you two alright?
Yeah, are we okay?
We are both fine. But they are harvestable poison.
Ooh.
And do you remember that book that Steno gave us just before we went through the tower? I think we all got something different.
Yes.
I got one about poisons.
Oh,
And
that's useful
poisonous
then.
kits, which
That's useful.
I was in the desert for weeks, so I had plenty of time to read it. So I may be able to extract it, and who knows, it might sell for something? Because
Who knows if the
our-
money's the same, exactly.
Well, exactly, but these are creatures from this world, so if this sells for money, they will trade us this for their coin, basically, and then we'll at least have some local currency. So it's something they can recognize, something they will understand, and someone may pay for it.
True.
And that might get us at least a good conversation with someone. I don't know if this is the sort of stuff people will even buy, but it strikes me as the sort of stuff that someone might find valuable. It's poison at the end of the day. It might be useful for something. I don't know.
It's a good plan, definitely.
So it's a bit like selling the seeds in Yus's shop. They were something I knew that had a value.
The stingers are very hard, by the way. Like, almost chitinous, right? The
Probably
mouth
good for
stingers.
quills or something like that, potentially.
Yeah, it's like hollow needles almost, right?
Yeah, good for a quill, potentially. So we got sturges, right? You said 4?
4. 1 pound each.
Yeah.
They're a bit different than the sturges you know, right? They're more insect-like. Their wings
Bit
are more
smaller.
like, yeah,
Bit smaller too.
not as animally bat-like, more like dragonfly, giant mosquito, right?
Yep.
But they act like sturges from what you know, are used to.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can avoid any more encounters like that.
Yeah, well,
And I take it we're still quite deep into the swamp. We've only been going for like 2 hours, haven't we?
I mean, you don't know.
What do you mean? I don't know.
But I mean, you don't know how deep into or out of the swamp you are. Again, you're still on the same island, and you know that you can travel the entire island in 1 day. So
Yeah. And I know I've been traveling for about 2 hours.
yes,
Okay. Well, there we
2
go.
hours plus 20 minutes, right?
is
Yeah.
the sun still in the same place?
Yes, it is.
The sun doesn't
Alright.
move. I've already told you that. The
Yeah,
animals
just-
said that. The sun doesn't move.
Just checking.
Yeah, sure. Is any of that food I picked up poisonous or diseased?
No.
Okay. So the food that I picked up is probably safe to eat too.
Yes.
Okay.
It's more like
So
wild salad.
yeah, that's fine. Keep heading for another couple of hours. Keep just pushing on. Let's see how far we can get. Looks like the cloud cover's shifting now.
Yeah, sounds good. Just be on the lookout for more of those.
Yes.
Okay, and then 1, 2, 3 gets you to the river.
There's a
And
pond on the opposite
yes,
side.
I'm gonna shift you over to show you what you see across the river. Is basically as wide as you can see all the way to the horizon. You don't know what kind of plant it is. It seems like it has been freshly planted, and as you look into the distance, there's a lot of fresh worked soil that has not been planted yet. And way in the distance, you see people in the process of planting.
That's a good bet.
Oh yes, very good.
Civilization. Hey, at least we're not trudging through swamp again.
Mm.
Do we have to cross the river to get to that side?
Yes, the river
there
is
any
wide,
kind Yeah.
but it's slow moving, right?
Bridge?
No bridge.
How do we get Mateo
Deep
across?
does it look?
I mean, you can go upriver and check if you find anything that helps you cross the river, or you just, take him through the river, because donkeys can swim.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to take his load off him.
Hmm.
The old woman did say follow upriver, so you can do that, or you can try crossing it here.
But that's to get, yeah, I mean, we can see people on the other side. It might be worth a conversation with them.
Yeah.
Because, let's face it, we can take our time. We're not in a rush to get to a city. We could learn a lot from the locals and just say, like, we got lost. We don't know where we are.
I mean, we could try calling them over here.
They're too far away. They're way out of earshot.
Well.
You can try.
Well,
You can do
You'd-
performance, and then I will amplify it with the thaumaturgy if you're gonna do that. I know what you're thinking! I know what you're thinking!
I could try. I mean, they might have like a makeshift bridge that they could like, I don't know.
Or they might know of where a bridge is, at least. They might say, yeah, like half a mile upstream there's a bridge.
Yeah.
Or it might be half a mile downstream.
you could try.
Yeah, try.
All right.
I have a whistle.
Maybe you want to cover your ears.
I will stand behind him to make sure, because the sound is going to go forwards. And I will also cover my ears.
All right. I'm
Anyone
gonna cast-
covering Mateo's ears?
I
I'll
can't cover
cover
mine
I'll
and Mateo's.
Mateo's. Not covering my own, I'm covering Mateo's ears.
Roll me
you know.
performance.
Yep, and I'm casting thaumaturgy, so it's 3 times as loud.
Oh.
You see Cassius taking a deep lungful.
And well, I'm not gonna yell in the microphone. Basically, hello.
It echoes across the landscape, right? And for a moment, just for a moment, like everything goes silent, right? As like all the birds disperse, like, you know, and everything just stopped.
Who are you
Remember
gonna
what
have
we said about no magic. Just
Ta-da.
saying.
The people in the distance pause. You can see them kind of looking around. And then
kind of-
one of them starts moving towards you. It does take a while, right? It does take a while. It like takes good.
Can I guess as to how long it takes him to get to us at a normal walking speed, and therefore work out how far away he was?
They're moving a bit faster, and you realize very quickly why as they get closer. Is because they're taller than you. They have longer legs.
Huh.
How much taller?
They're
Everybody's taller than me.
yeah, they're like between. From what you could see in the distance, they range from 6'1" to 6'5".
Yikes.
Alright.
And that looks pretty average by the looks of it.
They're moving at 40 feet, by the way. So it took
They're
them
quick.
about 10 minutes to get to you.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's quite far.
Yeah.
That's good to know, Cassius. If you ever get into trouble in the middle of a forest, you know what to do.
You don't
Yell.
need a whistle.
They do keep a distance, like basically across the river, and still a distance. It
Yeah,
looks
as
like
soon
a
as they
young.
start getting closer, kind of friendly waving.
It looks like a young woman, like not features you would be used to, right? I'm gonna say Aussie Asian, like Filipino Thai features, right? Like tan skin on the darker side, with what looks to be ritual like paint across the face, right?
Tattoos or paint? Like
You
actual
don't know
paint?
at this distance.
Can't see.
It's
Okay.
just
How
a
far
clear
away
mark.
are they roughly?
I mean, across the river, I would say a good 100
60
feet.
feet?
Yeah, 60, a bit closer. Yeah, and they will
60 feet.
they will shout. Grüß Hopf!
It's that weird language again. You guys are up.
You
Sorry.
just shouted lungs. You should be doing alright.
Hallo? Guten Tag?
Guten Tag!
Bridge.
I don't know, bridge.
Brücke!
Wo ist hier eine Brücke?
Keine Brücke, but I said boat.
Ein Boot.
Boat.
Wo ist der
They
Boot?
point upriver.
Mhm.
Ask if there's a farmstead or a community. We just want to talk.
Ist da ein Dorf? Wir wollen nur
Yeah, yeah.
reden.
And he point like she points again upriver. Zir.
Okay, Sierra
Oh,
is
yeah,
upriver.
yeah, you would have
That's
come
what the
there.
old woman said.
Okay, dann kommen wir
How
da.
far?
Wie lang ist das Laufen?
Eine Stunde? Keine Ahnung. Kommt drauf an,
Okay.
wie quick du bist.
Okay, danke, wir sind freundlich. Ist das okay, wenn wir dann dahin kommen?
Ja, klar.
Alright.
Nur kein don't, basically he explains to you, don't yell.
Ah.
Sure.
Well,
Zu
let's
laut. Du bist zu laut.
Entschuldigung. So,
They seem friendly enough.
They're
That's
very
a good sign.
friendly.
And then as
So
you
there's
go
a-
away, they will wave and then yell also. Grüß Kopf!
tschüss.
Good stuff.
Yes, they.
I guess that's a formal way of saying goodbye or hello.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
by the way, you, Cassie, like Abel and Lena, the Grüß, basically what they're saying is, let me, I will write it down. It's you don't understand it on purpose, right?
No. It sounded like Grüß Gott, but
Grüß-
hop.
Oh, do they like beer here?
Hop.
Yeah,
Oh god.
yeah. So you basically, it's like,
Oh, I like these people.
yeah. It's Hopf is a type of what do you call it in English? You make beer with it.
Yeah, hop.
Yeah, hop. Yeah.
hops.
But they
Yeah.
say basically what you understand, right?
I mean, I just read that as grub, aka food,
Yeah,
and hop, beer.
yeah.
Sounds like a perfect place. They got food and beer. What more could you want?
They're very tall. They're very longish, right? You know, you like
Is it like a slight build but tall, or is
slender,
it like a big,
very slender.
bulky-
They're
yeah,
also
okay.
very
That's what I
graceful
thought.
when they walk, right?
Yeah.
They have long black hair. But yeah, as
Pointy
you go,
ears? Did I see any pointy ears?
you couldn't tell with this one. The hair was like basically in a way. By the way, they don't wear much. I wanted to point it out
Alright.
as well. It seems
Say
very
that's a
practical clothing in the sense of like not getting in the way. It just covers the important bits. It looks more they're wearing it to attach tools to it, right?
Is
than
the
anything.
humidity different here versus where we were because we're now on a river /
Yeah,
farmland?
it's fresher here, especially
Slightly
because it's a
more
cooler day
variable.
anyway, right? It's 17 degrees.
Okay. And presumably the sky is mixture of blue and clouds, like it is in the picture.
Yes, with the sun directly above you.
Yeah.
So,
These people seem very nice, so that's good.
Yeah.
Friendly is always good.
But
We
I
might
think
be able
we,
to at least talk and find out stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think we should move though. I don't know what else hurt me.
So-
Oh, yeah.
That is a
Oh.
good idea. We are going to force march. So, presumably down is upriver.
yeah, this is
Okay,
why I'm
just
dragging you across. And then basically, another 20 minutes later, here is where you can finally see, basically across the river, you do see a few boats that are pulled to shore, and there's like one where there's somebody there actively, right? And it's also like, and off in the distance you can see these huts, right? I will show you what they look like.
I'm curious what reason they have for crossing the river, because everything they need seems to be on that side.
They don't seem to be crossing it, but it's from here on you can see the village basically can yell to draw attention, right? There's no bridge, right? Very specifically no bridge. But
that's to keep everything else out.
you can tell, yes. But basically you draw the attention, I assume, from, you know, the closest person.
Waving and not thaumaturgying somebody's house down. Yep.
It's another one of those, you know, women. So far you've seen only women, by the way. They're all very tall. Again, they're ranging 6'1" to 6'5". This one, in human, you would say she's like around 19, 20 years old, right? And she's tending to one of the boats. And as you call over, right, she will look at you and kind of squint. Kind of tilt her head. Goes hop!
Chris Hop?
I lost!
Yeah.
We're just on the wrong side of the river.
She does switch to common, right?
Oh, thank God.
Does it seem like she's actively switching to common?
She took a good look at your clothing, basically, at you guys, and then actively switched to common.
Okay.
She looks also very suspicious of you guys.
But we've got such a delightful donkey next to us.
We're also armed.
Yeah. Yes, we're lost. I'm very much looking for some helpful people to, you know, talk to.
Get out of the forest.
Do you need to cross the river?
Yes,
Would be very
please.
kind, yes.
The mule first. And you also realize the boats are not big enough to take you all across all at once. So she unties the boat, and very quickly, it's like, more like a canoe, right? Comes over, paddling against the stream, basically, and then letting, like, basically the boat drift downwards and drift it into place. Matteo fits there. And then nobody else, basically. She will also instruct you to take off the load off of Matteo.
Yeah, I was going to do that anyway. We take off Mateo's saddlebags and stuff.
She's very kind to the mule. Very suspicious of the rest of you.
Yeah, we're not making no sudden movements, just...
Do you think if I turn into a mule, she'll be kinder towards me or not?
I think you should have done that beforehand.
Yeah.
It would just be weird.
And then she pushes off again, like, it takes her more effort, right? The canoe is basically almost like dipping down. Matteo is very chill. She is murmuring something to it the entire time, basically keeping it calm, right? And then she unloads him on the other side.
Don't worry about him. He's the calmest donkey you'll ever meet.
You only get a glare. She's a bit of like, almost like grumpy teenager. You get the impression, right? She unloads Matteo, and in the meantime, on the other side, there's like a few more people gathering. You also notice as you stand there is a whole bunch of deer also like gathering along with them to watch you on the other side. They're small. They look like fawns, almost.
How many?
About 5-6 of them.
Okay.
And there's one regular. Well, I mean, regular deer in the sense of like it looks like a deer-like creature, right? It's more like somewhere between a deer and an antelope, if you will, if I were to describe it OSC. Um,
Mhm.
they seem to like peacefully coexist with the very tall people. Um, no man so far at all, right?
That's why she's skeptical, Cassius.
And then she comes over, then she gets the stuff that you got off of Matteo. And then she comes for you. Right.
Alright. Wants to go first.
And then what she got you over, she will
Near
turn around
us?
to you and go like, "You wait here. I get chieftain."
Okay.
Sounds
Sure.
good.
And then she turns around and tells the others like, "Pass off the elf." And then she walks away.
Okay.
Does that push
So
off?
No, to be
do
careful.
we maybe in the
To
future want
watch
to
us.
play? Do we whispering like in a lower voice, not whispering? Do we maybe want to play stupid in the future with understanding?
Not too late now.
Now it's too late, but next village over.
Yep, maybe. I don't know.
Hmm? We're
And
already
then
outsiders, so
and then the angry woman comes back with another woman. This one looks older, right? Again, it's very difficult to tell their age, actually. None of them look like the old woman in the swamp. By the way, the old woman in the swamp was like not as tall, and um, they all have these markings. And now that you're standing close, it looks more like tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Does it look like they all have different tattoos on purpose, aka
They
mean
all
something?
have slightly different variations of these.
Variations.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, well, before the chief comes back, obviously, no magic, just questions. I presume we have food that we can offer.
Possibly
Some, yes.
the mosquitoes.
Maybe the mosquitoes.
So when she arrives, she is actually one of the taller ones, like good 6'5", right? Um, by the general body, she's also a bit more filled out. Like they're all like very slender and tall, right? But you can see that some of the women basically have traces of having given birth before, right? To a certain degree of like being more filled out in places, having like stretch marks across the belly. It's very easy to see because they're not very much, right? The markings partially even extend across the body, like very like um Viera, um very similar to the deer. It's like the markings are imitating the markings of the deer, of the adult one, right? Not the babies have like dots and stuff, right? They have slightly.
Are any of the deer male?
You don't see. It is just one deer, one grown up with a whole bunch of fawns,
Okay.
and they're like very curious about you, right? They're sniffing, the smaller ones, getting closer, and
Vieira's covering her ears with her hair, specifically.
as they come back, like the angry teenage looking one will kind of hiss at the fawns, like, "Kitty, get back!" And then it disperse. And then the woman steps up to you. Grishop, I haven't spoken this in a while, but you are lost.
Yes, we're lost.
Yeah, very much so. We were wandering in the forest, and we got attacked by some mosquitoes. And we were wondering if we could take shelter in your village.
And maybe talk and inquire so we are not lost in the future.
All right. How did you get over there? And she kind of points behind you to the across the river.
We're not really sure.
It's a complicated question.
Yeah.
We just sort of found ourselves in the middle of the swamp
Oh.
and the forest.
Come, let's sit. Do you need water? Food?
We have food, we have water. We don't want to impose. We just need some questions answered. Well, to ask some and to have
Well,
some
she will
answers.
turn to the side and look at some of the other women and say, bitte kümmere dich um das Tier. And she like kind of like frowns a bit at it, like not quite sure about it, but then like, the women wait and kind of look at you before they like lead off Mateo to like, presumably take care of him. They're not like aggressive about like, oh yeah, he's ours, now we take him off. Like they wait for you to like, at least nod. They're not looking at Cassius, they're looking to Samira and Viera specifically for that.
I noticed there's no men in your village.
Oh, the men are hunting.
Ah, okay.
But there aren't many, no.
So would he be welcome to join us as well?
Of course.
Good. Got to be, well.
Yes, we want to make sure we're not treading on your toes.
Yes.
We don't mind, man.
Good to know.
Good to know.
They're useful for hunting and
are.
making babies.
I notice you live alongside the deer, the creatures, peacefully too. Are they...
She kind of pauses and like around you, everyone just stops and kind of tilts their head to the side. Which creatures?
the fawns, the deer?
We're sorry if we
no.
insult in some way. We are...
No, and like...
lost.
She kind of chuckles. You are really not from here. You must be from
We are not.
the other mainland. And she kind of like, makes like a clacking noise, and the one grown-up deer shifts into another woman. Like gets up on its hind legs, and then, the hooves become fingers. And you realize that the markings are the markings that the deer had while it was a deer. The markings are the tattoos. They're part of the skin.
You're shifters.
Shifters?
Can you change shape into anything else, or only the creature?
No. Oh, you must not be familiar with the money. We are Hero's money. We are people, dear people. Dear people.
Dear people. So you can't turn into anything else, just deer.
No, we turn into this, and she kind of motions at herself right now.
Oh, you are originally deer?
Yes. You must not be very familiar with our kind. Very unusual.
Never met you before, no. Are you common, then?
Yes.
across the whole island?
We are the main people.
Okay. So does that include the other settlements too?
Yes,
We
there
were
are
told that-
others that came here many cycles ago, and we mix. We work together. And she kind of leads you into one of the houses. The houses, by the way, there aren't many. There's like 11 houses total. They're on stilts. And you also realize that the vegetation here is probably very seasonal. You can very solidly assume that there's probably a part of the season where this is mud or underwater, right?
Yeah.
And actually each
How far
house
from the river are the houses?
good
100 meters.
a bit more.
Okay.
Several hundred meters. Like they're
Oh,
not
I'm
directly.
guessing the river rises
Yes.
at
Yeah.
some point.
They're quite a chunk away. Very similar to Sunset Hill, actually. You know, they're like a good security distance, right?
Okay.
What other kinds of money are there?
Oh, all kinds. You have the people of the fur. You have the people without the fur. Um, it depends. Depends on what part. But we are here. We're always here.
So does this include Gaitan and Penwant?
Yes. We have always been on this island.
Do you know anything about an old lady in the forest, in the swamp?
No. She kind of thinks about it for a moment. But there are many strange things. It may be one of the Hopfe.
What are the...
The Kopfe. It's a sound, basically. The way she pronounces it, somewhere between a K and a H, right?
Hmm?
The spirits of the island. In the meantime, you, by the way, reach the house. The houses on the inside are basically 2 floors of big communal rooms where very visibly everything is done in one big area, right?
Yeah.
What about the inside of the houses? Like, do they
Very
have, like,
simple.
any...
Very simple. There's cots. Like, there's no beds, right? There's sleeping cots in various, like, sides. There's cooking implements, and they're basically very utilitarian, very clean, you know, simple, minimalistic. This is a house for shelter and for sleeping, and, you know, what you need to live. And, yeah. And they're made in a way where, like, you can reach them on foot and you can reach them by hoof, the upper floors. So they don't have stairs. They have, like, very gradually going around ramps.
Yeah.
And basically, she invites you to sit down. You know, there's, like, mats, like almost like bedrolls being rolled out, right? Not fur. Not out of the fur. Very, like, you know, fibrous plant fiber leaf, right? It's comfortable enough. And then, you know, bowls of water being, you know, wooden bowls are being brought over. some dried, what looks like dried fruit, like dates almost.
I will produce the food that I managed to forage on our way here, which isn't much because it was only enough for us three.
Yeah.
And we'll pull this out and ask her if any of this would be food that they would like as well.
Oh yes, and
Or-
basically
or
what
if-
she does is like almost like ritualistically accept the offering and then give you an equal amount of what you guess is like equal value back of what they're offering back.
It's always good to open with a trade.
As the various women come in and go out, like they're very curious about you. Occasionally, some of them would even like lean in, do a like a sniff towards you. You can even hear, like, see occasionally that the ears are twitching. They look very human, more on the elongated side, right? Almost like they were trying to imitate human ears and didn't get it quite right. But also, as you like watch them, you also realize you didn't see that at the beginning right away because they have very dark eyes. But their eyes are actually, their pupils are shaped more like those of a goat. So like it falls into that, like they look human, and the longer you look at them, the less human they look. Like they're just too elongated. But you can see the deer, right? The longer you look at them.
Slow uncanny valley.
It's an entire village full of breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Did you say that out loud?
No, obviously.
So, how did you get on the other side?
Well, we were there at first. How we got there is very complicated. Strange.
We sort of appeared in the air and then landed in the swamp.
She kind of digests this for a moment, thinks about it, and then nods. Like, oh yeah, that sounds legit.
And we're obviously not from here because we don't know you or your ways. We're just trying to figure out where we are and where we can go.
Well, you are
Is it?
on the island of Taria.
We met an old woman in the forest who told us that and said that the nearest village was in this direction, so that's kind of why we came this way.
This is Zir. Yes.
Yes. Do you trade with the mainland at all, or do you have ships that go to the mainland?
Oh, Penvand has that. We grow and bring the yield to Gaitern, and then Gaitern does what they do, and then they bring that to Penvand, and then Penvand trades with the mainland, and then they bring back what we need, what we cannot get on the island, like metal.
Sort of thing. Okay. So there's no metal on the island at all?
No.
It's just all food production?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw some plants in the field, like spiky plants. A little further
Sweet
down
crop.
river.
It's the sweet crop, yes.
Is it a vegetable or is it the
No.
leaves that you eat? Or...
It grows very tall, and basically she explains sugarcane to you.
Okay.
Nom nom. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds similar to something I've heard of before. but never seen.
So are you
Sid,
Kopfe as well? Were you sent here by the Sheffer?
uh,
I'm sorry, we don't know who that is.
The force that created everything? The Kopfe, the spirits, they travel between the here and the there, and they talk to the Sheffer. And she kind of like nods at Samira and kind of like very elegantly points out her eyes.
oh. Oh.
What does she mean? You
She
seem to have...
means if we have divine blood. Angels of some sort.
Why is
Angels?
she pointing at you?
I'll explain later.
You don't smell like you are from here. You smell different, other. You don't even
We
smell
are
like the
from
people
other.
from the mainland.
That's because we're not from the mainland. We're from somewhere else far, far away.
Mm-hmm.
But we're new here. And we mean you no harm. We just
We're just seeking for
have
aid.
questions.
And we might have answers.
How do things work here? Do you normally offer something as a trade like we've just done with some food? So if we want answers, we would give you something in return for those answers? Forgive me if it seems direct or impolite.
Answers don't cost anything. Why would answers cost anything?
Okay, in some places
Oh.
answers cost something.
There's
No,
people that
not
traded
here.
information.
We trade same things for the same things. If it is food, then we trade food back.
I see.
Equal things, equal value. Knowledge we do not have to pay for. We just share. Like we share our living space or the space where we sleep.
And I noticed the houses are built above the ground. I take it you get flooding? You get water here?
Yes.
Does that happen during seasons? Do you have spring, summer, autumn, and winter?
She kind of like squints and thinks for a moment, like she has to like translate in her head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Like right now is spring,
yes, it is.
when all the
It
crops
is
start to grow again.
it is the month of wind.
Oh, you have a calendar.
The Horn Money have a calendar that we learned to use.
Okay, so that you would know when to trade things with them.
We know when to trade because the crop is ready to be traded, but they prefer to use the calendar because they have to deal with other people on the mainland that prefer that.
Can you teach us
Where,
this calendar?
or if not, where are there horn money to be found?
There are some in Gaitern, there are many more in Penvand. They run the ships. You see, how to explain this? Many cycles back, hundreds of cycles, the Scheffer sent the Chopfe for the guidance and the teaching of us, the hero's money, and we found ourselves awakened on this island after we spent a lifetime in darkness. And then the Sheffer brought the light with her red vengeance, and then the Hopfe came and they taught the money to find herbs and fruits and tasty leaves, and um, they taught us to use tools and farm the land and speak the Ordnunge. And we lived in peace, and then at some point the Hormoney came in giant boats that carry them across the big sea, because we don't have boats like that. We have the small ones for the river. And they taught us Feveren. This is this tongue that I speak to you now, that you speak as well. And they showed us how to make tools from metal, because we don't have metal on this island. But the Hornmoney, they did not know how to speak to the Hopfe and to learn about the plants and the crops of the island. And so we made a bargain. And we would be the speakers for the Hopfe and ate the Hornmoney, and the Hornmoney would trade with the land beyond the sea, because we like tools of metal. They are more durable. But we are too afraid to cross the deep waters beyond. It is too far, too deep, too scary.
This is why you have trade.
Yes, and we have lived like this for over 300 cycles.
So, a cycle, is that a day? Is that a year?
Oh, year, yeah, that is the
Full
word.
year.
Yes.
So how many cycles has it been since the darkness?
We don't know exactly, because we haven't had a way to
Roughly.
count.
300?
More, much more.
Than that. Okay, so it's been at least 300 years.
It's been 300 years since we had the bargain that we struck with the Hornmoney. And they brought the calendar with that.
Sure.
And they recorded the time, and this is why we know how long.
Okay.
The current year is 401.
Oh.
I will let Lena write that down. Because I know you're the calendar aficionado.
Yeah.
We were told that the globe ball, the sun,
Yes.
changes. So sometimes it's white, sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's red. Can you explain that to us?
Yes. During day, yes. The sun is white, bright. And during the night, it is dark, dim, bluish.
So the sun doesn't move or change, it just changes color and brightness?
Yes, the sun grows brighter and the sun grows dimmer.
Okay. And when is it red?
During certain times, deep into Lestlicht and at the beginning of Jestlicht.
That's a month name, I presume.
Yes, there is a time during the year when the light grows very dim, and there is no, the sun doesn't grow brighter to make a day, and doesn't grow dimmer to become night. It is always very dim, and it grows colder. And
how long does that last for?
2 months.
Is that your winter?
No, we don't have winter like in some parts of the mainland. The Hornmoney told us about that. It gets very cold. We don't have that. That is towards, and she kind of like points north and points south. It is towards the entrance and the exit. But otherwise, We have months where it rains more, which is the month of Vulcan and the month of Kauti. And then you have less Licht and Licht. And then it starts again with wind and Regen and Hitze and Ernte and Tragan and Kreis.
Oh, makes sense to name them after. Makes a lot of sense.
Name them after what?
Functions like heat and wind and harvest.
Okay.
And this time when the sun is red, is it dangerous or more? Is something else happen?
The creatures of the forest become very angry.
I thought so.
How far away is the next time?
9 months.
Okay.
And in general on this island, I mean, you've all been very friendly and welcoming. Are there people that we should not approach like this?
Are there dangerous people on the island?
Oh no, that is something that you will find on the mainland. We are peaceful and prefer it that way.
Are there any customs we should be sure to adhere to while we're here? We don't want to offend anyone we don't know.
Then just don't. Don't offend. Don't attack. Don't be mean. Just be kind.
Okay.
Don't
Simple
steal.
enough.
Don't take things that are not yours.
Okay.
Of course. Can you tell us more about the creatures around here? Are there any dangerous creatures? When we were in the forest, the old woman we met said that there were poisonous creatures and poisonous birds and all sorts of things.
That sounds very much like you met a Kopfe. She taught you well. Yes, there are dangerous creatures.
Okay. Can you tell us what these are? And I'll pull... No, Mateo's gone.
Man, you got the packs of Mateo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, did we? Okay.
Yeah.
In which case I will pull out one of the sturges. I will pull out the over emotional sturge and lay it out and ask what this is.
Oh, yes, they are. They're common. Deeper into the forest, they hide between the roots of the trees.
Yes, they attack.
And she kind of takes one from you, like she waits for you to approve, right?
Yeah, of course.
And she takes one, and then like from a little hilt like at her belt, she like pulls out a dagger, like just unceremoniously cuts through it, like cracks it open, and then like removes like something that looks like a very slimy gland, and then holds it out to you.
Is that the poison?
No. They have something that helps them digest poisonous blood. And if you gather enough of these, you can make something that helps you defeat poison. It cleans poison from your blood.
Oh, okay.
That's very useful. Do they come to the village, or they just stay in the forest?
Deep in the forest, yes.
Ah. So
Are they valuable? Kind of up in Penbund?
You can sell them, yes. Not more or less valuable than other things in the forest, like that.
Okay.
A bit more tricky to harvest. It's easy to gather herbs that do the same. They don't bite you.
Do you have any kind of books or any way of teaching?
No, we teach each other by showing.
By showing.
That's... Books
Maybe
are a
it's worth
thing
spending
of
a
the
few
horn
days
money.
here. Would it be possible to learn from you?
Will you teach us your knowledge? Will you tell us about the Sheffer and where you came from?
I will just look at Samira at that point.
We will we'll tell you our stories.
Then we will gladly share our stories.
All right. I wanted to ask these I don't know what they're called for you, but these big mosquitoes things. Are there any precautions you can take? Any smells? Any herbs? Any if they're so common and widely found?
They don't like smoke. And there are herbs that you can burn that repel things like that.
Mm-hmm.
We can teach you.
That would be kind.
I'm pretty good with herbs, so it's probably best if I learn the herb side of things. I don't know if there's anything you can learn from these people.
Well,
I've been there's this book I was wanting to read. It deals with using herbs to make stuff. I got it from Stena. Alchemy.
Making potions.
Yeah.
It sounds like we should spend a couple of days here and just... We can provide our own food and water, if you're kind enough to give us shelter, or we can pitch our tent.
Well,
which is like a temporary house.
we can talk about it. You can rest now. You look like you've been wandering the forest for a bit. And she kind of like points at Cassius, like with the drip, like dried sturge on his neck. You look like you need to wash and to gather yourself. Perhaps there is a trade that we can arrange, a bargain.
what would we have in mind?
Well, we didn't have someone who can speak to the Chopwe in a while. And since you have seemed to have spoken to one of them, we were wondering, perhaps you can ask for aid for us.
What aid do you need? Perhaps we can help.
Well, GM's gonna call it here because we're over time.
No, we keep playing.
We keep playing. You wanna keep playing?
I mean, I don't have to go anywhere for a week, so I'm game.
What about you, Lena? Abo?
Up to
I'd
you
be
guys.
fine with it, but
I can go for a while still.
yeah, maybe not too longer because I'm getting a little bit pooped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's nearly 11.
Okay.
We
So
can finish this conversation, I think.
she
You
will,
guys-
yeah,
we can
she
finish
will,
the
she will
conversation.
kind of like pause and then kind of like wave off some of the remnant women that are there, right? And she will say, "We lived peacefully for a very long time on this island, and it seems like our village has been affected with some kind of, not disease, we would know how to treat that. Bad luck. It seems like we have done something to anger our teachers. And we would like to know what that is. And we would like to make it up."
did you do anything out of the norm that you can remember?
Well, no, we would have fixed it already.
Yeah.
But
No.
the fish are getting less, and we don't have as many kitsi anymore. In fact, we didn't have any kitsi last year at all.
And who would be these teachers you would have offended? Do you mean the chef?
The Hopfer
The Hopfer, the spirits,
Oh,
yes.
Hopfer.
spirits. I mean, we can try.
And lately we also, over the last year, some of our men seem to be tired on occasion or confused. And our chieftain, the actual chieftain, I am only recently have been called for by the women to be in that position. Um, she fell asleep 6 months ago and she won't wake up.
Well, we can try and see what we can do.
So if you would help us and maybe speak to the Hopfer because one of them seems to have spoken to you, then you can stay and we will share food and knowledge.
Okay.
One very quick question.
Yes?
Maybe not so quick. Do you understand the concept of magic?
Of course.
And is your ability to shift magic, or is that just part of who you are?
Magic is the air, magic is the ground, magic is the water, magic is us, magic is the plants. It is life. It is everything.
Can anyone in your village do magic?
Oh no, this is why we couldn't speak to the Hopfer for many, many years. None of the women at the moment can do that.
Did anyone used to be able to do it?
The old
Like
chieftain?
your chieftain?
The chieftain.
The one that's asleep?
No,
Or
the
the one
chief,
before them?
the chieftain's mother.
Okay. Perhaps that's the reason that you're not as blessed. But we will do what we can to help.
Good.
Okay.
What sort of time of day is it? Any idea? Or is the sun just up?
The sun is up. It's
Is it
getting
brighter than it was in the morning?
It's getting slowly dimmer by now.
Okay, so it's past midday.
Yeah.
Um,
From the daylight, because you're on the inside now, when you look out, you can tell it's like afternoon-ish from the sheer light, right? It would be your guess. Like the thing that got you confused is that you had the sun above you. The moment you don't have it in visual sight, it's actually easier to tell the time because of the brightness of the light.
Sure.
Also, your legs are super sore. Like your legs feel like you have walked twice the amount.
Oh, that's strange.
Would it be okay if we took a rest for a while and then we can see what we can do later?
There is no hurry. Most of the women are out on the fields, they're planting, and the men are hunting. They should
What
be
are the
back
men
soon.
hunting?
Fish.
Fish. Okay.
And
Maybe
some
that's
of
something
the
we should learn, Samira.
she kind of chuckles. And some of the wilder plant life.
Okay. Well, is there one of the huts that we can take a rest in, or
Any of them.
here, or doesn't matter?
You can
which
stay in
one?
this one. This is mine, and that of my family. You can sleep wherever you want.
Are any of the huts empty normally?
No, never.
I need a well, have enough space for all of us and still be comfortable for the original inhabitants.
Yes, we have space. Depends on whether you want to share with more or less people. Maybe you want to sleep in different houses.
As long as
I
it's
think we'll keep
comfortable.
together so far.
Maybe your money wants to be with the other monies. And she points at Cassius.
I'm fine anywhere.
It depends on whether you want him to stay close to you or not. She kind of looks at Viera and Severa.
I think that's his decision.
No, it's not. Not here, it's not. Are the women in charge in this village?
They always have been, yes.
Cassius, stay put.
Yes, ma'am.
Even if... Okay. Okay.
Or if it's okay, we can take a rest here. If there's anything we can help with while we're here. Otherwise, we're going to take a rest, and then you can tell us a bit more about the Hopfer and how we might seek them out.
I suggest you take a bath in the river first.
That was going to be my next question.
That sounds
So
really good.
the river's safe. There's no creatures or anything in there.
Not on this side, no.
Not on this side. Is there a point we shouldn't go past in the river?
Don't go to the other side.
Okay.
Fair enough.
What is stopping things from the other side to come over here?
The river. They don't like to swim.
Oh.
What sort of things are on the other side?
Different kinds of things. They're
Like,
the
we've seen
harmless
some
ones.
Monkeys and lemurs. and-
Yeah, basically she goes down the list of like, there's a smaller deer, like, basically the
More
small
in- more
variation of
interested in
them.
Predators, anything dangerous predatory.
Ah,
Well,
She will point out something like, basically she will describe something that's similar to ocelots. And she said
Okay.
very rarely, and they usually don't come here, they're mostly on the other side of the island, big black cats.
And-
Sounds familiar.
And giant crabs as well, or?
She will point out that there's like a part of the swamp towards the eastern side, basically to the north of where you arrived, where there's like fog and the creatures there are larger, like crabs and stuff. They avoid that area.
Actually, in general, when I speak, does she?
When they go hunting, they hunt on this side of the river, basically.
Yeah.
When I speak, does she like seem bothered by it or offended by it or
No,
something?
she doesn't seem. She basically treats you like a child.
Fair enough. I would treat me like a child, so
Yeah,
that's
it's
good.
like she humors you. She's nice to you, but it's like you couldn't possibly say something that's like particularly smart or insightful, kind of way, right?
Okay.
Gotcha.
Oof.
Oh,
So glad I picked a female.
wow.
Okay.
Okay.
to know.
But you don't know yet, like what they specifically talk with their men, right? Because the men haven't showed up yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen the interactions yet. Sure.
Alright,
So the
think we
ocelots
should
and the
do
black cats are the only like predatory creatures.
There's also alligators. They're also mostly in the swamp,
Okay.
on the very outskirts mostly. And
So
she
they
will
don't-
also
they don't
talk
come to
about
the main river.
no, but
presumably.
during the floodings, there's also like sea predators that come in.
Sea predators.
Yeah, like
what?
sharks.
Oh wow, really?
Oh.
Yeah, sometimes she explains that sometimes they get stuck, right? They swim into an arm and actually don't make it. They die, right? If they get cut off from the salt water. entirely. It happens like when the water starts retreating and they get stuck somewhere where they were not supposed to be. Like the flooding is actually quite massive from what you described, right? On the outskirts of the island. From where you came
How
from.
high above the ground are the houses? Are they like 8 to 10 feet up?
Good 10 to 15 feet, yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
jeez, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you get into your houses when it floods?
Boats.
And why do you build here instead of building somewhere higher?
She will point out the giant agricultural area. That seems, by the way, a bit like it looks. The way she explains it, this used to be a lake, right? A very shallow lake, and they've slowly worked the land and turned it into, and they made like dams to control the water and keep it out. And this is why they live here.
Okay.
It was easier to do that than cut back the forest for farmland.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright. I think we should go clean up, alright?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
We have plenty to talk about and think about.
Yes, we do.
And now we gotta call it. Because this is a nice spot to call it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, head over to the office. I'll be right there.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
be inelegant. Okay, guys. Thank you for watching. Misha, super great, awesome. I'm happy to have you around. You were a huge helper. I hope you guys enjoyed the first glimpse into my world. Way more to learn next time. Way more. Let me just check if we have anyone to raid. Da-da-da-da-da. You know what? I have a good friend. No, wait. Witchcraft Games. Witchcraft Games is on with Warhammer, so I'm gonna dump you over there with Witchcraft Games. That's the game that I couldn't play in anymore because it was originally on a Tuesday late at night and with work schedule didn't work out anymore. But then they moved it to Sunday, but it's still like late at night. So yeah. Anyway, thank you for watching, you guys. I'll be back on Wednesday. Hopefully not like actually skipping it this time. Let's see if my back stays with me. I love you all. Thanks for watching. Stick around for the raid. And bye!